Hello, everybody out there that is just tuning in right now. It's huge circles with comic relief. So having the fun out right now on a Sunday, and well, all of you know how this goes. So I draw, we talk, and we just have fun doing what we're doing. So waiting, you know what? I'm waiting on Tom and waiting for a special guest that hasn't been here in a long time. I promised her that I would have her back on, and I sent her a link, and and she hasn't showed up yet. So I'm talking about Kitty Flips over at Flip City Magazine. So I hadn't had her on in a while, and I'm just waiting for her. Unless she's sleeping in, so I haven't the faintest idea. But I want to say, hold on here, as we're broadcasting on Rumble and on X, and the YouTubes and everywhere else. Hello, great to meet you, and come on over to the channel and have fun with us. So some demented fun. Had fun over at Brandon the Anime Guy and Clifton over on Brandon's channel yesterday, talking anime and all that kind of stuff. So that was quite fun, and we were meaning to do that for at least a couple years. So it was fun. Finally be able to do that. So it was great. It was great stuff. So I want to say hello to Snootapoopas Cuber out there in the chat, and hello, you fantastic bear, you. So it's good to know that as we were watching the war movie Wings last night, that that we will never lose you in combat. So how's it going, Snootapoopas? And we got a fellow Transformers fan. We got Theta of the Grid. Hello, Theta. Nice to see you, my dude. And great that you can join us today. And I hope you got a copious amount of happiness with all the pictures that I posted last night from Keith. So he just happened to send a whole bunch of them last night after what was being shown at TFCon. So yeah, I told you there was something huge in the making. And Vince Womack, my trusty mod on the chat there. How's it going? Nice to see you, man. And there you go. So if you happen to need anything anywhere, well, I'm your graphic designer to help you on a budget. And just check me out over at freelancegraphics.com. That being said, I'm going to have to thank JT Kirk, my secret buddy, JT Kirk, for letting me know that there was one person that was very, how should I put it, very two-faced, that I did some work for her, and then she turned around and decided to say some nasty stuff. But I'm glad that he showed me. And JT Kirk, thank you very much, because I'll show the proof of what she said compared to the review that she left. Oh my gosh. And Franco Walker, nice to see you, man. Great that you could join us today, and lovely to see you here. So that's right. And to everybody watching, especially on the YouTubes, make sure you are on live chats, because YouTube hides some of the chats on Top Chat. That is true. So you don't get the fulfillment of conversation if you just happen to be on Top Chat. You want to go to live chat and make sure you're talking to everybody, because you could be missing out on what somebody else is saying and then not grab the context. Context. That's right. Now I can't speak. And Mr. Peterson, nice to see you, my man. Great that you can join us today. And yes, so I did also mention while we were here that we're going to be talking about some of the reveals that were going on, so Vince isn't feeling alone over here, and to help the metrics. You are a person. So and another fellow Transformer fan, Bill the Scotsman happens to be here on the chat. Great to hear. So yeah, X Transbots, huge Scorponok, huge helmet, huge fast track, huge Zarek, so huge, totally huge. See, told you, Bill. I was talking a lot of huge things going over on X Transbots. Did I lie? No, I didn't. So Jason Fox, a 540 studio was held, my friend, and hail to you, Jason Fox. Nice to see you, my man. Great that you can be here as he is enjoying copious amounts of Transformers emojis there. So if you happen to be remembered, you can play with those. You can all play with those. So there you go. And so great to see all you guys. Oh, look at that. We get another person here. Reveal the release schedule, Mike. Says new guy. Hi. Hig X? Is it Hig X? Higgs? I don't know how to pronounce that, so I'm going to say Hig X. Hig double X. At least it's not triple X. Okay, well, you know what? Hey, before we do that, and I hope you subscribe there, Hig X. Let's welcome the people on the show that we're going to be doing today. So,
if you're blue and you don't know where to go to, why don't you go where fashion sits?
That's right. As we're getting started and all that kind of stuff, I want to welcome my friend and comic purveyor of goodness, Nickerson. How's it going, dude?
Hi, Mike. Happy Sunday. Happy Lord's Day. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, totally. And happy Sunday, Lord's Day to you too.
Excellent.
Yeah. Okay, so let's see. Bill the Scotsman also says, although I'm not sure about that Age of the Primes onslaught, Mike. Well, I'm not sure about that either. So I'm still mulling through the questions because yesterday I had a busy day. Ended up going into the city, into Calgary, into IKEA and then Fabricland and a bunch of other stuff. So there was quite a few places that I was going to last night, so I didn't get to look at all the pictures. So there you go. Says Mr. Peterson, Al, the next head of DC division.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Would you hire Chuck Dixon back?
I think Chuck Dixon is probably one of the 2 or 3 writers that I really, really like. I like Chuck Dixon. I like Mike Barron, and I like Kurt Busiek.
Yeah, totally. I'm gonna have to see maybe if I can get Chuck Dixon on one Sunday. I'd love to hear you guys banter back and forth. Yeah, that would be totally cool.
What? I don't think I've ever talked to Chuck Dixon before.
I think you need to talk to Chuck Dixon.
I think so too.
Yes, I'm going to see what I can do. You know what? And seeing how Jason said that he's friends with Chuck Dixon, Jason, make it happen, dude. Make the arrangements. Oh, cool. Yeah. So that's what he said. You're not lying to me, Jason, are you? So I'm kidding. Okay. First of all, I'm just going to say this, and this is why, for any of you Transformers fans out there, and there are quite a few of you out there, like Mr. Peterson, and of course, Bill, and and a lot of you guys, and of course, I've corrupted Jason because that one time last year I was showing a whole bunch of Transformer episodes that a lot of people haven't seen. Corrupted Jason that way, so. Here's what's going on. Oh, yes, that's right. And new guy, Hig X. So Hig, I really hope you subscribe because it really helps the channel out. And so I'm talking Transformers stuff, right? Yes, I will give little hints here and there of what's being planned. Okay. I gotta keep a certain level of secrecy to certain things, and so I do what I do with my kids when it comes to like Christmas time or their birthday. I give really oh yeah, that's right, Theta. Yeah, you too, man, don't worry, I'm thinking about all of you. I give really crappy hints. So but enough of a hint so you can probably guess and know what's going to be coming out. And and your appetite, basically. So, okay. So you know what? Okay, first question before we get into the whole drawing bit while we're talking, or I could probably just draw as we're talking anyway. Okay, so because Mr. Peterson wants to know, yeah, Galvatron already, damn it. I'm gonna tell you this, okay? Galvatron, from what Keith has told me, okay, before the end of the year, okay, because it has over the years, it's gone through a lot of revisions, all right? So, and a lot of retooling and a lot of fixing, and because you guys get that there's a big difference between when you go from a CAD drawing to when the dies have to be made, and then the plastic parts have to be made, putting it all together and see if it transforms properly. And if it doesn't, well, then it's back to the drawing board, back reshuffle a few things, which can cost a few extra $1,000. And you have to remake some new metal dies for the parts, right? And that can get into the tens of thousands of dollars when you're making a whole brand new metal die. And so if there are any problems, then you have to do this several times, and this can take a lot of time. So from what Keith has told me, okay, he is looking at the ender for Galvatron. It is starting to look really good, and that's what I'm being told. So I am relaying this on my channel to all you Transformers fans out there, and this is why I'd like to get not just Transformers fans in here, but nerdy Transformers fans that care more about just Transformers, like other fun stuff too, right? In here. So I can, share the love, so to speak. Bill. Oh, Bill, my Bill. Is Scorpion going to be 4 feet like Fansoy's Fort Max? Oh, my dear friend Bill. Well, let's put it this way. When I worked out the scale for Scorponok, okay, technically Scorponok is shorter than Fort Max, okay, if you go by the official production scale chart, which I happen to have. Of course, if you can read Japanese, that's even better. But Scorponok is technically shorter than Fort Max. Now, when I worked it out, compared to a normal Transformer, compared to a quote unquote Titan, what they call Titan class now, like Triptychon, and then a combiner like, say, Critic, Scorponok would be towering over Triptychon still, right? So they're beyond Titan class, technically speaking. So the other thing that you want to know, Zarek, the head to Scorponok, is the height of an average Transformer. So is it going to be 4 feet? Well, I worked it out to over 4 feet. Just to let you know. So more than likely, if Keith keeps that height, it's going to be bigger than Fans Toys Fortress Maximus. I'll look up the information later on, and I'll let you know what I worked it out to. So it was like almost 5 feet, something like that. Let's see. Ooh, Jason, awesome, dude. Thanks, man. Did DM Chuck and see when he has time and stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, hey, if he can do it on a Sunday, that'd be awesome, dude. That'd be cool. Let's see. And Mr. Peterson, John says, I just had to see Fans Toys get all the love when their Galvatron 2 looks okay, but not nearly as clean as the last photos of X-Transbot's Galvatron. Well, yeah, I mean, I can bring that up and show you again if you want a little bit of a reminder. The engineering looks better on X-Transbots. Yeah, I gotta agree with you on that. So, Short King, I don't know what you mean by that. So, Pop Culture Mechanic, dude, nice to see you here. Great that you can join us today for some fun and festivities. So, let's see. Okay. And John also says, yeah, Plex and Trip should be around 3 foot if we're trying to scale. it's still outside of the official, but when we are talking creating a scale for toys for being official Fort Max. Yeah. So it's I know Triptychon. Well, I worked out the scale for Triptychon too. Not that I'm giving a hint or anything. Hint, hint. Let's see. In Hig X. Okay, what about Hotspot? Okay. I don't know if it's going to come out end of the year, but it's supposed to be coming out pretty soon. So if it comes out before Chinese New Year, I'm going to double check on that. I will definitely double check on that. Let's see, because I feel like Keith shoots off on the foot sometimes with lack of info. Dude, you know what? Yes, I know exactly what you're talking about. Lack of info, and it drives me nuts too, especially when I'm trying to get an answer out of him. So, yeah. But I am. So that's why. Please stay tuned to this channel, okay? So whenever I'm doing like live shows, like on Tuesday, or like here on Sunday or something like that, yeah, be here because I will take all this stuff back to Keith and try to find out information for all of you guys out there. And my friend, one of my longest Facebook friends, Ricky, dude, hello, you finally made it to the show. Dude is all the way in the UK, just like Vince and just like Bill and just like FKHC 2005, otherwise known as Tim and Ricky. Dude, everybody, yes, if you can make this guy feel welcome to, you know, and not just triple X, sorry, double X, then Ricky, dude, how's it going, man? I am so glad to finally see you here. It's great to have both of you actually here. So, okay. Will Hotspot bind parts that are left, or are we getting another Menasor situation? Okay. John, this is what I've been told by Keith, like some time ago. I don't think the information since then, but basically, yes, it's going to be like a Menasor kind of situation, okay? Because he does want, you know, like the original toy where you can convert Hotspot into a base mode. He wants the same thing for that. So it's going to look like Hotspot, but it's going to be the parts for Defensor, which you can also make into a base mode. That's the last that I heard about it. I will again. I'll double check on that. Oh, okay. And Vince, Short King Scorpionaut is not going to be that tall. He's going to be tall enough, dude. Oh, Hig, you're also in England. Really? Wow, I get a lot of people from England always in the chat. You know what? And that's awesome. It's not weird. Oh, and Franco, that's right. Yeah, Franco, you're also in the UK. I got, you know what? I must have like the entire population of people in the UK watching this show. It's kind of amazing. I like this. It's kind of fun. Theta, it's not, you know what? It's not really that dumb, so to speak. It's because Keith, you know what? And I'm going to bring up my drawing stuff while I'm doing this right now. Okay. So, because that's what the whole show is about anyway. So, it's not really that dumb. Keith wanted to take a step further than what a lot of other third-party companies would, right? And I personally, I like the idea because, you know, it gives that masterpiece feel to something that, you know, when you were a kid, because I remember transforming my Hotspot into base mode, and I thought it was pretty fun. So, but that's just me. So, okay. So then the whole Hotspot is going to be 2 purchases. As I know, John, yeah, it's going to be like the Menasor thing. Yeah. So, but find out as much as I can on that before that happens. So, and Hig, Wow, and you're all the way in Scotland too. That is so cool, man. I love it. I love it. I got people in the Welsh area, and I got a couple from Scotland, and I got people all over from the UK. This is like really cool. I love it. I love it. And here I am, like all the way in Canada. So just me and Pop Culture Mechanic. So, no one cares about the base mode for combiners. For city bots, yeah, but combiners, no, you know what? And I can understand that, dude. I really can. I can. Like I said, if you like it, you win. So it ruins the quality of the combined mode. I can see that. If you don't want combined mode, then at least you have base mode, right? But yeah, whatever. If you don't want it, if you don't want a base mode, then that's fine. Put him, leave him in that. I miss how big Scorponok is. Okay, you know what, dude? For you and the rest of the chat, okay, and yes, Pop Culture Mechanic Commonwealth represent. We do. Although for how much longer, I don't know. Because we might become part of America.
Amen. Welcome aboard.
Yeah. See, Pop Culture Mechanic, he's north of me. He's in northern Alberta. So so you never know. Because yesterday we had our Alberta Independence Movement thing that happened in Edmonton, in the capital. So that was the thing that happened. And I believe also the Canada First rally that happened in Calgary yesterday as well. And then Antifa decided they were going to show up early, and so then they rescheduled the Canada First rally in Calgary earlier so that Antifa would end up showing, or I should say, sorry, the counter protesters would end up showing after they got there. So hold on a second here. Okay, Bill, I have an oversized bootleg Combiner Wars hotspot. It's huge. So, Mr. Peterson, I'm in Ireland in spirit for their spirits. Oh, and lovely spirits they are too, don't you know? So, oh, joy. Mike attracts the Scots. I do. God. Oh my God. Okay. And I can't read that. What am I, a millennial? Oh my God. Okay, hold on.
Klingon? What is that?
I'm looking up the size here. Actually, app chat. What's that?
It looked like Klingon.
I know it was like over 4 feet. Oh, yeah, okay. Let's just say, okay. Ricky, let's just say I worked it out to almost 5 feet for Scorponok on his scale. It was like something like 4 3/4 feet. So basically 4 feet, something like 4 feet 9 inches, something like that. So he's going to be huge. But we also did talk about the shipping costs, because shipping something like that, especially with the cost of everything going on right now, yeah, it would be insane. So we might reduce the size to maybe something closer to 4 feet. But I mean, I will let you guys know. I definitely will let you guys know, because I've researched the Japanese design and the North American design. There are some differences. So depending on which one you want, or maybe there might be additional pieces, to add on or take off for either design that you want, because buying 2 different versions, that would get kind of expensive. Let's just put it that way. So, and I gotta get the drawing too. And I know I said it answers some questions, so I'm trying not to make myself look like a liar. So anyone in the chat seen Age of Prime's Onslaught? No, actually I haven't. Bill the Scotsman. I wasn't either. I'm a Toon guy, but I'm a G1 Toon guy. Yeah, no, me too, John, 100%. So, yep, that's right. Holy Jeebus, exactly. I worked it out that big. So shipping is going to be in multiple boxes. That's what we were also talking about too, about Scorponok and other big guys. So, yeah, exactly. Well, 4 feet is what Fans Toys is saying Max is going to be. Yeah, right. So I'm trying to top Fans Toys. So Ricky sorry, I'm having to memorize new names. And Hig, yeah, so far that's what's going on. Okay, so seeing how you guys are new to this channel, so what we just do here, we get a bunch of guys together like Al, who's worked at Marvel and DC and Archie and Nickelodeon and produces his own independent comics, and we talk comics and we just talk about everything. And I know I have more people on here, so I'm waiting on Kitty Flips. And Tom is going to be here later. He's getting snacks. Lucky him. And Ricky Shez. You also mentioned Triptychon too. No, I did not. But just to let you know, yes, chat, we are talking Triptychon as well. And yes, I worked out the size for that too. So yeah, we just have fun here, and we just talk about everything about what's going on in my life, Al's life, what's going on in funny news around the world. We just talk, and you know what? And we just interact with you guys in the chat, and like what we're doing right now while I'm drawing and prepping myself up in preparation for doing my own comic, because I'm going to be planning on releasing my own comic, and that's what we're doing. So if I don't get to your questions, it's because I'm drawing. I have to do this on another screen while you guys are chatting away. And you know what? I might do something actually even more. I'm going to do something even more interesting, because I got the TV beside me, and I can actually put on the TV and watch you guys chat. Hold on one sec.
Well, first of all, I want to say that I hope that Tom shows up with enough snacks for everybody.
There we go. Okay, sorry, I have to take my earphones off for a second. What'd you say?
Well, I was saying that when Tom shows up, I hope he brings snacks, enough snacks for everybody.
Oh, he should. Yeah, if he doesn't, I'm kicking him off. No.
Yeah, there you go.
I got a bag of... Oh, speaking of that, there we go. I have a bag of party mix actually right beside me. So, there we go. So if I sound like I'm munching in your ear, I actually am. And Bill, well, at least Mike can say they're huge. So huge. Make X-Transbots great again. That's right. Because only I will deliver on the hugeness. So, and my mic is skipping again? Is it really?
A little bit. It wasn't.
Crap.
It wasn't bad.
Oh, okay, it wasn't that bad. All right, cool. Hi, Mom. I'm on TV. Oh my gosh. Okay, hold on a second here. I'm going to... There we are. Huge Circles, number 9. on the TV. And of course, I have a stupid ad playing. Well, I suppose that's not bad. So I got revenue coming in that way. So hold on there. I'm gonna leave it up, Vince, so your mom can see. Okay, good enough. that's all the airtime you get, Vince. No, I'm kidding. Okay. There we go. All right. So I can now see the chat. And I forgot to buy snacks last week. Well, dang it. You got to go get some snacks, at least some M&Ms or something like that. So the munching Relief Crusader. Exactly. That's me. Okay. So on to drawing. While I am copiously looking at myself on the TV, that way I can see you guys in the chat. So today, yeah, playing around with some sword work. Kind of. I did get a couple of reference books, some Japanese sword reference books from Japan, and I love it. So usually, how I like to start out is do a couple of stick figures, as you guys can see here, and then I'll just do a rough sketch on top of kind of like how I'd like it to go. Whether or not that happens, and then just kind of go over that a little bit more before I kind of ink it over. So that's not going to make it all about me. But Al, so what's been going on in your neck of the woods since we last talked?
Well, a bunch of stuff, really. So I think it was last Tuesday. So yeah, Tom and I were on Jason's show, which was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And I sold a bunch of signed comics to a couple of retailers recently. So when you work for Marvel or DC, or at least this is how they did it back in the old days.
Right.
But yeah, they would mail you free comp copies of any comic books that you worked on. So over the years, I've gotten a bunch of stuff from like Archie and DC, some stuff from Marvel.
I
had found out a local retailer had reached out to me, and he asked me if I had any more copies of the Hi Puffy Amiyumi comic book miniseries that I was working on back like 19 years ago. And he had mentioned that they've gotten very expensive on eBay. So they were going for like $50 a pop. Somebody was selling one of the issues for $150 a pop. And it was really weird because, and this is just recent. So the retailer was telling me that the reason why those comic books have gotten more valuable is because of a low print run initially. But again, that was like 19 years ago.
Yeah.
And yeah, it was really strange. So when I sell the Sword of Eden graphic novels directly to my readers, like I'm always including some signed stuff, either whether it's comics that I worked on in the past or Xeroxes of artwork that I've done over the years. So like my comp copies of all those Hi Puffy Amiyumi comic books, they were almost all gone. I mean, I would just sign them, include them in a purchase of the Sword of Eden graphic novel, and just kind of go on my merry way. So I did find a couple of copies of the Hi Puffy Amiyumi comics, and also some copies of the Cartoon Network Block Party comic book that DC Comics was also publishing at the time, that had some of the Hi Puffy Amiyumi comics stories that I was working on. So I found a few of those that I still had, but they're all beat up. But I signed them, sold them to my retailer, which is nice. And then, when I was looking through my stash of comp copies, I still had a bunch of Sabrina stuff. So I signed all those, and I sold 62 copies of Sabrina the Teenage Witch to my retailer as well. Because some of those have gotten very valuable, depending on what's on the cover of those comics. It's weird, man. It's weird because like Sabrina in a bathing suit or Sabrina like in a mini skirt, like they become very valuable. Yeah, it's really bizarre. So I had a couple of those left. I mean, I was selling some of those on eBay. So there's a Halloween issue of Sabrina the Teenage Witch during my run, and the cover had Sabrina. It was like a Halloween cover, so it's all Halloween. She's dressed up as a witch, pumpkins, ghosts, and stuff, and she has a miniskirt. And that I was selling copies of those for like $40 or $50, like signed copies.
Wow.
So yeah, I found I saw one of those left. So yeah, I was doing that, and then I was talking to that Christian book distributor last Wednesday. So I had a conference call with them. Yeah, so that went really well. So we worked out a deal. They were explaining how they do business, how they distribute books to Christian bookstores, as well as like music stuff, CDs, I guess, if people are even listening to those. So that's what they do. They distribute music and books to Christian bookstores. And so we talked about how they want to do things. They're supposed to send me a copy of the contract early this week, and then I'll just take a look at it if I have any questions. But it looks like we're moving forward with that, which is nice.
Ooh, right on.
Yeah. Well, again, I think I mentioned this the last time I was here. The Christian.
Well, yeah, you did, but it was like no concrete, news about what was going on or anything.
Right.
Like
exactly.
Kind of at that point. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but yeah, in the direct market, in the comic book direct market, when retailers purchase comic books, those are non-returnable. So whatever comic shop orders from a distributor, comic books, graphic novels, or whatever, whatever they buy, they have to sell. They can't return it back to the distributor or the publisher. That is not the same way that distribution works in mainstream bookstores or in Christian bookstores. So if in this particular case, if a Christian bookstore buys copies of the Sword of Eden graphic novel, if it doesn't sell, they can return it. I'm not used to that. I don't particularly like that. But for me right now, I mean, because I've sold directly to Christian bookstores, but not a lot. And I sell directly to comic book shops. And I also have Philbell Distribution, which sells the Sword of Eden graphic novel to comic book shops as well. So, but the problem with Christian bookstores is that Christian bookstores want to go through a distributor for the most part. So I was having a harder time getting my books into Christian bookstores. And I spoke to a couple of Christian bookstore distributors, Ingram and Spring Arbor. And the thing is, what they were telling me is that they don't want to deal with self-publishers. They don't want to deal with authors. So, and they're the two largest Christian bookstore distributors. So, but I found I was recommended to another distributor. I was talking to the people at the Parable Group, and they're very nice people. So the Parable Group, they support Christian music and Christian retail and publishers and that sort of thing. So they recommended this other Christian book distributor. So yeah, I've been on the phone with them a few times, and we had the conference call this past Wednesday. So yeah, so we worked out a deal. So they're gonna sell the volume 1 of the Sword of Eden to Christian bookstores. But they told me that, the items that they sell to Christian bookstores, they rarely have stuff returned to them. So that made me feel better. It's just kind of a new model for me as far as distribution goes. But the head of the sales department wants to get moving on this. The buyer was a little apprehensive because the Sword of Eden graphic novel, even though it's a Christian graphic novel and it sells in Christian bookstores and I sell to readers, in regards to Christian bookstores, like there's nothing like that in Christian bookstores. There's like the Action Bible, which is a Christian graphic novel, but they're Bible stories. And I know like Kingstone Media, they publish Christian comics, and they're all like Bible stories or stories based on, Christians or the martyrs or early Christian founding fathers of the U.S. But the Sword of Eden is a work of fiction. It has very strong Christian themes. It's a Christian graphic novel, but it's a work of fiction. There's really nothing out there like that. So the buyer there's no sort of measurement to figure out like how many copies Christian bookstores can sell of the Sword of Eden graphic novel. So we'll see how that goes. Hopefully it goes well. And if it goes well, then they'll distribute volume 2 of the Sword of Eden as well. And that'll make me happy.
Dude,
and if that goes really, really well, then I am toying around with the idea of, and I haven't said this before,
so
of
this
doing
is an exclusive?
It is an exclusive. I'm thinking about, and I don't know if I can do this or not, but I'm thinking about volume 3 of the Sword of Eden, which is the Sword of Eden Cry Vampire, to initially publish it as a comic book miniseries.
Ooh,
so yeah, we'll see how that works out. Because normally well, for the most part, the Sword of Eden graphic novels were graphic novels. They were not, your regular monthly comic book pamphlet that you would normally see.
Exactly. A monthly series. Yeah,
correct.
Yeah.
So I got to crunch the numbers and see how many I could sell through the Christian book market. I mean, the Sword of Eden Cry Vampire will be published, but yeah, I might, start it off as a comic book miniseries, like 5 issues. So we'll see.
Oh, dude, that'll be so cool.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes. Yeah, it would be like black and white with gray tones, kind of like the regular graphic novels I do. Like 24 pages, maybe like 5 issues, and see how that. I have to crunch the numbers to see how much that would cost. Because also, like, when I sell directly to readers, like, they buy my books cover price. If I sell to comic shops or mainstream bookstores, they buy the books from me at 50% cover price, and I pay for shipping. Now that with a distributor, they have to take a cut too. So, you're not making as much money. So you got to factor in your printing costs, your shipping costs, whether you have a distributor or not. So you got to factor all that stuff in. So we'll see. Well, yeah. So, but I am very hopeful about this new distributor. If everything works out and I sign the agreement, I'll make an announcement on social media about that. And then people can go to their local Christian bookstore and order copies of Sword of Eden graphic novel.
Nice.
Or they can go to
picking up.
Things are picking up. Or they can go to theswordofeden.com and buy a copy now. So, and I have all the first printings of the Sword of Eden and the Sword of Eden Shinobi. I still have here. So those will be signed as well, even when they're sold to Christian bookstores. The second printing of either of those graphic novels, that's a little iffy, because I would have those books printed and then shipped directly to my distributor.
There you go.
It's exciting. It'll reach a larger audience too. It's not just people following me on social media or people that go into bookstores or comic shops. So, but the weird thing,
for sure.
And I never really thought about this because they were saying this Christian book distributor that a lot of their retailers that they distribute to, they're like mom and pop Christian bookstores. Just family owned kind of thing. So trying to convince them to pick up a Christian graphic novel, that's going to take some work. But they had mentioned Mardel. So Mardel is like the largest Christian book chain in the States. I don't know if they're in Canada or not. They're also connected to Hobby Lobby. So okay.
Cool.
Yeah. So the distributor was saying that, so Mardel would pick it up and that would actually sell well through Mardel.
Yeah.
So
I like that.
So I'm excited. So this should be a lot of fun.
So to everybody that's new here, yes, like I said, Al knows his stuff. He's got a YouTube channel. If you want to go ahead and check that out, then show him your support because things are happening on his end. So, and if you want to go ahead and check out his graphic novel, Vince put up the link to the website there, swordofeden.com, and where you can get the first and second and also second incentive cover to his book. So I don't know if the eBay link still applies.
It does. I still have the books on eBay and Amazon. I don't sell as many books on eBay, mostly through the swordofeden.com. And I do sell books through Amazon, but Amazon, I don't know if Amazon and eBay are so different. Like as soon as somebody buys something from me on eBay, that money is instantly processed.
Oh yeah,
or just right away. Like Amazon, they have to wait until the book arrives, and then they wait a few more days just in case the book doesn't arrive. In my case, or the customer wants to return it. So getting paid from Amazon takes a little bit longer, and they have a lot more fees too on Amazon. But if you're selling a book, you have to be on Amazon. You really should be on Amazon because a lot of people buy books on Amazon.
Let's see, Bill, is that her face? Yes, that's her face. Of course, it's her face. What are you talking about? So, and Ricky says, "Yeah, my daughter's in art college. Really? Now she's in art college now, dude. Okay, cool. Starting art, especially manga style. Nice.
Oh, where's this? What school is this?
He's in England. So yeah, what school is that? I'd be interested to know. That's pretty cool, man. So congrats for your daughter being in art college already. That's pretty cool. It looked like a her, but hey, in today's times, anything is possible. Oh my God. Yes, I get where your confusion laid. So, oh my God. What my mom would have called him she. Yes, exactly. Totally 100%. Oh my God. Yeah. No, that's cool, Ricky. I like that. In art college. So man, we gotta for all of you that don't know, and how could all of you know? So Ricky is thinking about moving to Canada, and we've been talking about this for years. He's been trying to get into Canada. If you still want to do trekking, Ricky, I get it totally 100%. I think originally you wanted to move to Manitoba, but I said no. You want to come to Alberta. That's what you want to do. That's probably where you're going to feel more secure in getting a job. So, and yeah, Alberta. There's if you can. I know things are kind of wacky for all of you guys in the UK right now. And dudes, like all of you, literally all of you. My heart does go out to all of you because man, I don't know how you guys are coping there with everything that's going on there, man. All of you. I really feel for you. So, but if you're thinking about coming to Canada, yeah, things are going on here. Like I said before, we've had the whole independence movement. It was great. There was thousands upon thousands of people that showed up to that. I really hope you make it here. Oh, he went to, or his daughter is going to West Knots College. And yeah, Bill, we got a totally totally diverse chat. Diversity is no, I don't want to say it. I'm going to say it. Okay, so yeah, diversity is the big thing about this channel. God. Oh,
I gotta go.
Yeah, okay. So West Knots College. Okay, so that's where your daughter's going to. Okay, cool. Yeah, and hey, Ricky, pop culture mechanic, he can tell you he's also in Alberta too, so really awesome guy. Yeah, Alberta's a safe bet to move for you. Yeah, exactly. 100%, man. 100%. Let's see. And Franco Waka, who's been a member for 6 months at the 6-month level. Nice to see you. Who is at the ease it in slowly level, says Robot Mike. Yeah, I roboted there for a second. Yeah, sorry, dudes. So, and Bill, oh my God, Ike, you're I love you guys. God.
Somebody
So
got
I know, right? Why would you want to leave merry old England? I can't imagine why. You know? Yeah, exactly. Digital ID, face stuff. Exactly. Who wouldn't want all the tyranny that England is slowly bringing in? That that Canada is also bringing in at the same time. It's fun stuff, man. Don't you want to be part of the technocracy that's going on in England? How dare you? God. Oh, man. That's why Trump, he's not having any of that kind of crap. No, he's not. Not happening. So, oh yeah, and apparently, so speaking of Trump, I guess he's cut all tariff ties to Canada. So, based on an ad that the Liberals just happened to put out about Ronald Reagan, about what he was saying about tariffs and stuff like that. So, I find that hilarious. So,
audio that was heavily edited.
Oh yeah, no, it was totally edited.
Yeah, somebody had posted the actual whole total and entire audio that Reagan was saying online.
Yeah.
But then, when Trump, when he waves that big stick, then people start to listen. So, but then, yeah, so I heard that they took those videos down, the edited ones.
Oh yeah.
So we'll see. See, this is how Trump deals with people. So he's got a big stick. He'll show a carrot. If you don't like the carrot, he starts waving the big stick, and then everybody starts to fall in line. So I don't think this is a big deal. I think things will change in a few days. But your government, your government is terrible. No offense. I'm not attacking Canadians, but the Canadian government.
Oh no, trust me, I don't take offense.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's almost as bad as the Biden White House. So yeah, they hate you. They don't care about you. Yes, feel free to be independent and start your own country and no longer have a king there in Alberta.
Exactly. I love that. So that's what I'm rooting for. So and 3-Eye Atlas is really a transformer protoform. Yeah, it probably is. So oh god. Ricky says we had the opportunity back in 2019. Yeah, no, dude, I remember that. But my new job would require me to work 3 weeks away at a time, but 4 days at home. We had another baby in 2020. That's right. Exactly. Congrats. With 2 kids already and a newborn, it was a choice to stay. Oh, dude. But that's a bit of a bummer. So, ship them over FedEx. Just come on over. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, well, I just hope you guys are safe and that you guys stay safe. I really do, because like I said, you're like one of my longest Facebook buddies, and I just hope that everything goes well over there for all of you guys, and that you do what all the Scots should be doing, fighting back. So all of you need to get Scottish on their asses.
Freedom!
And tonight, freedom! You need to all go Sean Connery and slap all those bitches in Parliament right now. So, let's see. Yeah, Al, we know the government is terrible and dislike it very much. 100%, man. 100%. So, and don't worry, Ricky. England is not watching, so all of you guys can say whatever the hell you want on this channel. So, because it's all about freedom. What gets my blood pumping? We need to respect other cultures, but they want to destroy the English way of life. No, exactly. And it's the same thing here in Canada, man. It is the exact same thing here in Canada, except Alberta is not taking it. We just got rid of, so far this year, over 1,000 illegal immigrants, where no other province in Canada is doing it.
Oh, great.
So, Oh yeah, no, and that was totally confirmed by a bylaw officer I was working with on Wednesday, whose brother, well, since retired, has worked with the border agency here in Canada in Alberta, and yeah, he literally confirmed it. So, AFK needs some human fuel. Okay, so and Bill wants to know, anybody going to see the new Running Man? I don't know. Because I remember the Arnold Schwarzenegger one, and I like it for as over the top as it was. I might be curious, Bill. I might be curious. So yeah, I'd be really curious to see how good that is. That's what I want. And I wonder where Tom is. Tom is taking his bloody old time. So is Kitty. Hold on here. Let me see what's going on with Kitty. Kitty flips. And you know what? Nothing. Nothing with Kitty. Okay. Wonder if I should send her a message and say, "Get your butt in here." Get your butt in here now. LOL. Okay. At least she'll appreciate the humor. Let's see. As for Tom, what's going on with Tom? Let's see. FKHC. Oh, he's sending me some monthly movies. Ooh, okay. Yeah, I'm going to have to check that out. And John Peterson is giving me a thumbs up on Facebook. So he's already in here. So, including me, was surprised that Hotspot wasn't in the show today. Oh, okay. So that's Vincent, who is a correctional officer away from BC, and he moved to Nova Scotia. In show talk there. I need another Canadian. And Tom is getting okay. He's getting snacks at the Walmart. Damn you people. Don't you know I'm trying to put on a high-end production here? So let's see. Ricky, my mom is Irish born. That's cool. So oh yeah, dude, we seeing how you're a trucker, we got oh man, dude, we got so many problems with East Indian truckers here. I'm telling you, dude, it is so nuts. It is so crazy. There was this one trucker, what was it? I believe he was a Sikh, and in a truck driving down the highway in Ontario, and he literally had, and I'm not kidding when I say this, he literally had a burner on beside him as he was driving, and he was cooking like some, I don't know, like some curry of some sort, and I think he was like chatting on the phone at the same time, and he literally plowed into a car and another truck in front of him and stuff like that, and just a complete mess. And apparently the stats are in Canada, 7%, it's probably a little higher right now, 7% of East Indian and Pakistani drivers that are here in Canada are causing 70% of the accidents in Canada, which is crazy. So I'm glad that you are a very safe driver, and you deserve some sort of a, congratulations from your company for being safe, for being an excellent driver. And Mr. Higg, do you know if any of the third-party companies are concerned about tariffs, etc.? Seems like a big issue that could affect a big base of sales. You know what? That's a good question. And while I'm answering that question, I want to say hello to Darth Haster. Hey, dude. Where are you from? You know what? Because we got a majority of people that are here in from merry old England and Scotland, and I think John Peterson, he's Irish at heart because of the spirits over there. And by spirits, I mean drinky. So I'm just kind of curious where you're from, and I'm gonna probably guess England. So, and that being said, so to Higgs's question, as Tom joins us right now, do you have snacks, Tom?
Yeah. Well, bread, cheese bread.
Snack? Where's my snack? How dare you? Oh, hi Tom. How are you?
Hi.
Oh man, great that you can make it, dude. Love you, man.
I got your message as I was logging in, so I got a message like just sitting there logging in and then stuff.
Okay, so everybody new here. This is Tom. He is my techno sapien geek, Tom, and he is as nerdy as the rest of us. So
I'm special.
That's right. He's all the way on the other side of the country, all the way in New Brunswick. So, and I don't blame him for that because I used to live there too. So, okay. So Hig, for the tariff thing. Okay. So I'm in Canada, and for some odd reason, yeah, I know. So for some odd reason, I don't think the tariffs are going to affect us much here because most of the third-party companies are in China. So they really aren't concerned about China here in Canada. So everything should be okay. As for the people in the States, yeah, I'm thinking that it might affect them a little differently. Probably not so much. I know it's going to affect a big base of the fan base trying to get what they want. However, I'm thinking now. I could be wrong, and I'm going to see about this with Keith. I can't really speak for Fansoys, Fans Hobby, and the rest of them. I think Fans Hobby though is in Japan. Pretty sure. The store in Burnaby, ages 3 and up, which is in the Vancouver area. Seeing how Vancouver is a major port area, it is quite possible that all the shipments will be going for ages 3 and up to pick up there, and then from there distribute it, all those figures to other shops online like Big Bad Toy Store, The Chosen Prime, and stuff like that. Because usually, from what I've heard, from how I heard Keith explain it, is that they will pick the closest store that sells figures and try to, from there, get them distributed to the rest of North America. Now, however, I don't know how that's going to affect all of you guys in England and in Scotland when it comes to collecting, because you're on the other side of the Atlantic, and I don't know how that's going to affect the rest of you guys, because I don't know if your shipping goes from another direction. If you follow my meeting, yes, and Darth Haster, that's right. Nice to see you here. Oh, you are from America.
Amen.
There you go. Because he's proud to be an American. That is what I want to be. Darth, whereabouts in America are you? Let's see. And yeah, oh, you saw that video, Ricky? Yeah, you saw it and crushed a couple of cars. Yeah, it did, dude. It did. It was like so bad. Yeah, he was Bill. He was trying to commit Harry Curry. Thank God. Oh, dude, I love that joke. I love that joke. I love it. Yeah, they are shit drivers. They're totally 100% shit drivers. I understand. Let's see, Mr. Peterson, John, dude, up here in Seattle and across the border to BC. The Sikh drivers are the absolute worst. Yeah, one of them stopped just across the border going the wrong way on the interstate. Oh my god, dude, are you serious? Man, oh man, oh man. Oh my god, that can't be serious. I believe it though. I totally believe it. And Bill, if they seek him here, they seek him there. Oh my lord. Oh my lord, Ricky. My mother hated her roots and brought me up in the English Irish way of life. My mother used to say that, Bill. Oh my god, really? Really? Oh my gosh, really? Well, I mean, your mother shouldn't really hate her roots, Ricky, per se. I mean, you know, there's got to be, you know, something to be proud of, you know, of your background that way. You know, I mean, hell, my mom's German, my dad is Austrian. Enough said, right? You know, you can imagine why. It doesn't take that much brain cells to process why. You know, sure, there were bad things done, but you know, there's a lot of good stuff about the culture, and I imagine your mom could just focus on the positive stuff. But whatever, that's just me. And most UK buyers get from Omega Lock. Oh yeah, that's what Ricky says too. Yeah, who's an absolutely fantastic shop, he says. Who ship from a Chinese warehouse or straight from Chinese shops. Okay. Yeah, you should be fine because I know dude that was on YouTube, Canada. Good buddy of mine. Dang it, I'm trying to remember his name now because he's a friend, and I'm drawing a blank, and I really hate that. Who used to do the KO stuff and stuff like that? Damn it! What? I was almost going to say it's not Jamie. Let me look at my scale posters because I saved his video there. Yeah, Ben. Yeah, who does that? Yeah, the YouTube videos because he moved to Edmonton actually. So yeah, he would comment that Keith would send him stuff direct from China. So yeah, so you guys might be okay. And I'm just trying to catch up on the chat here before I get back to drawing. Crimson Toys, my dude, all the way in Nova Scotia. So how's it going, man? Pretty sure the border charges the tariffs. Yeah, duties even on Canadian-made products cross from Canada to the US. I remember buying Nike shoes in the US, and they were made in Canada. So Canada charged me money. Yeah, isn't that stupid? It's like if we made them, send them over to the States, we're going to pay tariffs again if we're buying them back. It's kind of dumb. It is really kind of dumb. And Bill, yeah, the only UK-based figure importer is Kapow Toys. Yeah, I know Kapow Toys because I've ordered from them before. So, yeah, check out Omega Lock then, Bill. So that's why, yeah, it's nice to connect here. Okay. So, Darth, what am I working on? Okay, so seeing how you're new in the channel, I'm going to explain this again anyway. Same to Crimson Toys because he's a good buddy of mine. Okay, so seeing how you're new here, on Sundays, I do a draw stream, and I got these fine gentlemen here with me, and we just talk. That's all we do. We just talk about stuff that's going on in the world, and we have a good time doing it. Well, I'm drawing in preparation for drawing a manga that I want to do, and you know what? And all these fun people in the chat, we just all joke around and stuff like that. Like this fine gentleman right here, like like Dark Helmet, who sniffs my finger. You dirty bastard, you. So nice to see you, man. And like I said, also on top of that, because I work with Keith, you know, over at X Transpots. So I am assuming that you're probably more than likely also a Transformers fan. Yeah, I work with Keith over at X Transpots, and today, you know, also sharing some news of all that came out over at BotCon. over in Cleveland, Baltimore. I forget where it was now. So, and do that. So we're just having a good old time. Could Keith open up an online store? Okay, Ricky. You know what? Yes, because years ago, I had a website all designed for him, and he didn't want to go with it. So I'll explain more in a second. And little, God, you know what? Little Dutch. Oh, okay. I think I know who this is. From TFW. Are you the same guy on TFW 2005? I think you are. Okay. As a retailer who orders things in large quantities from different wholesale suppliers in China. There we go. So we're hearing it from one of the guys here. I can tell you things have gone to shite with CSF, a carrier having committed shipping label fraud. Oh, wow, dude. He also says, I'm hoping things straighten out soon. I have weeks and weeks of delay. Oh, dude, I'm so sorry to hear that. But good evening. And where are you from? I'm just kind of wondering here because I'd like to know. So welcome to the channel, and I hope you like and subscribe. So, but wait, what? Drawing Omega Supreme? No, not yet. Yeah, so Little Dutch, yeah, welcome to the show. And thanks for that info, man. So it's very handy. Oh, you're in the Netherlands. Oh, okay. Well, you know what? We got another guy that's, well, I know Jason is not he's not in the Netherlands. He's close. So I got an international cruise. Awesome. Okay. Let's see, Ricky. They don't get much Mastermind Creations. Okay, yeah, because they're Kabao exclusive. All right. Yeah, Darth Hastert. They're gonna be started on the Terra BS. Yeah, I know it's bull crap. So, and yes, I like Transformers, dude. There you go. So, I do too. That's why you're here. And yes, this is Little Dutch from TFW 2000. For some reason, YouTube decided to add some numbers to my username. Oh, really? Oh. I know. Go figure, right? Okay. So running Transformers across the U.S. border will be the new cartel gig. Oh, my God. Yeah, we should do that. Yeah, gun running, plastic crack across the border. So, okay. So, yeah. So, I'm gonna be doing a manga. Yes, I worked with X-Transbots, did some of the back art for box art for, you know, their Dr. Egg and other Quintessani things. And, yeah, I definitely, you know what? I definitely want to do the box art for Scorponok because that would just be totally 100% kick-ass. Okay. So, Tom. Now that you made it and I've droned on long enough, yes. How's it going? Again.
What did I walk into? We're talking tariffs and policies? Wow, I just...
Okay.
Welcome to the show.
Yeah, exactly. Where everything and nothing goes on at the same time. So, no, it's okay. Just to give you a rundown, because you sent me pictures a few days ago of the Transformers comics that you had.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. And the Blackthorn How to Draw ones. So which I had.
Yeah.
And what else did you have? You had a couple of issues of Transformers the movie.
Oh, I got them all. There's 3 issues, and I got 2 sets of them. It's 3 issues for that. I got 2 sets of the Transfer the movie. The Headhunters, which are the Headmasters, I mean. There's, I think I got most of all those. There's also just random episodes from the 80s series from Marvel. So, it was for the first
Transformers Universe.
Yeah. Transformers Universe. It's like Marvel Universe except Transformers Universe. Yeah.
Yes. So, yeah, I you know what? I still actually have the Transformer Universes, the 4 issues that I got when I was a kid. I still have them to this day. They might be all ratty and beaten up and stuff like that, but Yeah.
Mine are taken care of. I just had them in boxes and bags, so I'm looking to depart with everything. I'm just trying to organize everything. So yeah.
There you go. So anybody in the chat that wants some old Marvel Transformers comics, then there you go. Tom has some. Buy them if you're looking for them. So I'm sure he can send you guys pictures and let you know the condition of what they're in. So there you go. We're also making sales here on this show.
Oh, here, give me 1 sec. Let me change my avatar. She's a cute butt. But,
Oh,
the one I had up yesterday. I'm proud of this. It needs to be up. I had this up yesterday. Give me a sec there. There we go. Yesterday, since you're all talking about the tariffs and everything else. By the way, St. John is a bit major shipping port too. Don't forget that. My hometown is a major shipping port city. We were driving the bridge yesterday, which this bridge gets repaired every year. Seriously, it's the worst bridge in history.
Oh God, I know, right?
It'll take 5 years, 20 years later. Oh, we're still working on it. Anyway, but yeah, as I was, because I had to go to the out east or something for some appointment, and I'm like, look at all those shipping containers, because we're a major port city too. We are a major port city here in St. John. So yeah, a lot of products coming in out of here too, that go across Canada, more on the East Coast side. But yesterday or the day before, Canada finally had a rally, which I was very impressed with, and I put my flag back out again on my mailbox. I taped it to it, but
nice.
It's called Canada First, and it's a good rally. It's what we're standing for. It's like we're tired of our government, which is taking advantage of our own people, and we're catering to foreigners. And now I'm going to say this right now: it's not about immigrants. Don't give me that.
No,
it's about migrants and mass migration and illegals. There's many people here. If you're willing to come to our country here legally, I had a friend. He was from Iran. Nice guy. He was here legally. He left. He's like, your country's messed. And he was a successful man, came here. It was hard for him to stay here. He said, your government doesn't like legals. They like illegals. And he would only hire locals, by the way, too. He had a business. He ran a business. He was very successful. But he had to leave. He went back to Iran because he's like, your country's too hard to stay in if you're legal. So he left. And the fact that we cater to illegals and we bring in mass migrations in the millions, that's a problem. It's hurt our infrastructure. It's hurt our taxes. It's hurt the cost of living. Houses have gone astronomical. Food gone. You can have 2 jobs and you have to go to the food bank. So our country's falling apart. We're one of the worst in the G7 when it comes to taxes. Oh yeah. We have no freedom of speech. We're about to have 3 laws passed that will give you digital ID. They're forcing us to have digital IDs now. That's going to be something changed here soon. Canada's going to hell. We're dying. We're a dying country. And Al, I love you, but don't give me. I'm proud Canadian. We need to fight back. It's time to fight back. So
no, we do. We do totally.
It is. It's time to fight back. I was just waiting for you to say "come to America." I'm like, I appreciate it. I know it, but it's growing. I am a proud Canadian. I love my flag. We used to be the peacekeepers. We're known for hockey. We used to know for hockey anyway. With kitchen parties, kind people. People always say "Suri," I used to love what we stood for. And we're not that anymore. So time to go back to those days. Anyway, sorry. I had to get it off my chest. So,
and Franco, is that a high quality plastic katana that you're drawing? Yes, it is. So, oh my God! And for all of you that don't know, that it's a running joke around here. So I'll have to play the commercial at some point, so you new guys actually get to know what the joke is. So,
or just go back and watch your other show and subscribe to that show.
That's right. Yeah, I forgot the thing too. So yeah, exactly. Watch the past shows. So that's right. Support the channel. Okay, what's up? I got 12 Monkeys on 4K. Dude, Joe Dog. Nice to see you. That's a good movie. That's a really good movie.
I haven't seen that in years.
I know, neither have I. Right? Plastic katanas. Yeah, it's a running joke around here. So I miss Avion.
I actually want to get a collection of real swords someday. I do. I want a collection of real swords.
Tom is confirmed racist.
Yes, I guess I am. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna own it from now.
God.
Hey, they say every white person is racist. I guess we're gonna have to start owning it. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes. Exactly. Yeah. That's right. Yeah, because Little Dutch and all of you guys, all of you new guys here. Yeah, because on Tuesdays we have Titillating Tuesdays. Yes, it is as suggestive as it sounds, and we do not really. We got a section that we start up with called Stupid News, right? Where we talk about all the news around the world that's like totally stupid. And Little Dutch, apparently in England, especially in the Welsh area. So for all of you new UK people that happen to be here, apparently dogs are racist. So, and I'll share that news again, or just like Tom said,
drinking white milk is racist. Or
yes, apparently that is too. Yeah. So, and that's why, like Frank Walker says, you have to please subscribe and hit the bell and share and hit the like button and select live chat. So you can,
I was friends with a guy from Iran who was Iranian, and but I'm still a racist, I guess. So yeah.
Oh yeah. There you go. See, Commander Classified, dude, nice to see you here. I'm glad that you were well. So we're doing okay. So there you go. And Little Dutch, as a fellow racist, I will proudly shake your hand, Tom. Commander Classified, I was racist long before it was cool.
Okay, now I'm getting scared. I hope these are jokes. I really do.
No, they're come on. This channel we've cultivated
I know.
Yes, that's right. Yes, getting up on time is also racist. That's right, because and misogynistic and because apparently
part of the patriarchy.
That's right, because only apparently white people get to work on time, and while others have, what was it called, time blindness.
Oh yeah, that's the extreme leftist. Time blind. You should not give me a time. I should come into work when I'm ready. No, you come into work when you're supposed to, you morons.
Well, exactly, right. John says, it would be you would be welcome here in the States, but I agree with you, Tom. Fight for your heritage. No, that's true. Yeah. I do.
I have nothing against America. I want to travel. My goal someday, I'm just going to say, I want to get my motorbike license. I want to go across Canada. Once I hit Vancouver, I want to go down to Washington. I want to hit the States. I would like to go to all states across. I got friends all throughout America. You know, I love it. It's a beautiful country. I someday hope to get out and visit Steve. And we were supposed to do that thing in Vegas someday. And, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
And you know, if I was ever to move to the States, I'd be more of the northern Midwest type thing, because I like the woods, the forests, and the cooler air. So I've always liked those. I like Portland, Oregon, or Salem, or any of those areas. But no, I just, I love my country. We got a beautiful country up here. I mean, lots of trees. Oh, did you hear? Our government is raising these new towers that are supposed to take carbon out of the air. I'm like, you can plant trees. That does the same thing, you morons.
What?
Oh yeah, they got these. They spent billions, or multi-millions of dollars on these 3 massive towers, big as huge skyscrapers, that's supposed to remove carbon from the air. I'm like, we have trees. You can plant trees. Do people forget that trees and carbon kind of mix, and it releases CO2, which takes CO2 and releases oxygen? Do people know the science behind that anymore? Did we forget science?
Apparently not. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
That's all out the door. Yeah.
Carbon is not bad. It feeds the trees, which in turn gives us oxygen. You dumbasses. Oh my God. People have gotten so dumb. And we believe everything we're told by the internet. And my brain hurts. I'm just...
Well, Tom has got to stop making sense. How dare you, Tom?
Yes, I know. Damn it. Logic. What am I?
How dare you?
Yeah, but see, people believe in this craziness.
Yeah. What was Spock again? What was Spock's race? Klingon. No.
Vulcan.
Vulcan.
I'm Vulcan. I'm becoming Vulcan now.
That's okay.
Logic.
That's it. I thought I knew.
Well, hey, Klingons are actually logical too. Say what you want. Klingons were actually very logical. They really were actually not stupid. A stupid race. Actually, their language is a real language. People have actually deciphered it and speak it, which is kind of cool. But yeah, the use of logic. It's like, yes, I use logic. It's like, I'm from an old school generation of where we had to read books to do homework, go to the library and stuff like that. And it wasn't at the tip of our fingers. And yeah. Oh yeah, no, I plan to. The Pacific Coast Highway. I want to hit the mountains. You can supposedly take a train ride through the mountains through like BC. It's supposedly beautiful. You sit on the top of the train and you see the bubble part and see the mountains. It's like, oh, I want to see that someday.
Do you guys not have mountains in Canada?
Says, yeah. No.
Oh, we got lots. That's all we are is trees and mountains. It's like, but we got extra big.
Alberta's full of mountains.
BC? Yeah, and so BC, it's just one big mountain. It's so beautiful. Like it's just exquisite.
Yeah, and exactly, Ricky. Yeah, no one is more racist than the pricks who pull out their cards to shut down people's opinions. Exactly, 100%.
Amen to that.
So, and he says, I'm originally from West London. I moved out as I didn't want my daughter coming home with a Muslim. No, precisely, right? And there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, and
I have a friend that lives in the outskirts.
You're in Canada too. Yeah. All right. Cool. Let's see, which is good to know. Mr. Peterson. Yeah. Trees don't recover most of the CO2. It's algae in the ocean that absorbs the highest amount of CO2. Yeah, that's true because that's
true.
Fast, right?
But it's still trees are a big aspect of it too, though. That's still a big part, and they recycle it into oxygen. Without trees, we're not really going to have great, So yeah.
Tom just upset the Trekkies with that Spock Klingon.
I know. I'm not a Star Trek fan. I was a Star Wars fan, so But my buddy Mark actually was here. He's a science fiction writer. He actually has a novel. He's both a fan of both. The biggest fan I've never met. Like
somebody understood Tom. Oh my God. Oh man, I'm sorry. It's just hilarious, dude. Totally hilarious. Let's see, Little Dutch. My girlfriend's Hungarian, and we are fully intending to move there within 5 years. My own country is suffering from Canada syndrome as well. Yeah, no, dude, I understand. I totally understand.
It is.
Commander Classified. Yeah, I'm on Salt Spring Island in BC. Oh, really? Nice. You're almost kind of close to Canadian Spider-Man, which is pretty cool. Which is just a little bit of a Trump from where I'm at in Alberta. So there you go.
Where's Spidey in BC again? Anyway, where's Spidey in BC again? I forget.
I think he's near Kelowna. I think he's near Kelowna. Yeah, I got to double check.
Very nice.
Mind you, Tom says Bill Klutzman upset Trekkies way before you. Yeah, so there you go. Little Dutch Tom loves Star Trek. Darth Vader is his favorite character. Yes.
That was well played. Very well played.
Yeah. Let's see. And Crimson Toys, good dude, good buddy of mine. Keith is going to announce a blue truck soonish. Maybe. It's quite possible. I do know that there will be certain Autobot headmasters quite possibly being announced. So I'm not going to say who, because at this point does it really matter. But yeah, they are on its way. And Rancor Steve's in the house. How's it going?
Hey, brother, dude, how you doing, man? Miss shooting the breeze.
Steve,
hope you're good.
Hey, you wanna live, dude? You wanna come on and chat away? I don't know if you if you're still at your man retreat. If not, hey, don't worry about it. Just let me know in the chat. And
the man is supposedly a great cook. He said if we ever go down there to, was it Las Vegas? I think the big gathering. I still want to try your fried chicken and his tri-chips. I didn't even know what a tri-tip is. I'd never heard of a tri-tip until I met Steve, and now I want them.
I know.
They're supposedly really good.
I know. Me too.
It's like, oh wow.
I want one so bad now.
Yes, I know.
Yeah, Spidey's just a couple of hours north of you. Yeah,
Okay,
that's right. That's right. So yeah, and Cologne is just away from me. So there you go. Exactly.
Cologne is really beautiful too. Yeah, Cologne is beautiful.
Oh, dude, it is too.
Oh yeah, I got family out there.
And I'd love to see Keith's Death Throne MP36 and his headmaster better be Chrome Dumb. Well,
and speaking of headmasters, I have all the series of the headmaster collection. If anybody wants to buy them in comic form, beg to buy. Anyway, sorry, I seen the opening. I had.
There we go. No, you have to take it. Yeah. So no, totally. Will it be Chrome Dome? Maybe.
You know what's funny is I found that comic looking for the Max, because remember we were talking about the Max a few weeks ago. So I dug out my graphic novel Max, the Max one, and then I see, oh wow, I forgot I had these Transformer ones, along with tons of other stuff. Wow, it's like, man.
Commander Classified. You know what? I don't have my own Discord. I've been kind of toying around the idea of maybe making my own Discord. The thing is, because I'm so busy during the week, and
you'd have to hire somebody else. Because managing that, along with X, along with this, along with Rumble, it would really be a lot.
Yeah. And and I know some people have like Patreon and whatnot. It would be a lot for me to do, so I'm just kind of like relying on the whole channel thing, and I got a shop on on the YouTube channel and whatnot. So
exactly, yeah. No, now let me speak on your behalf on that one. Go ahead.
Yeah, sure.
No, I was going to say I know this man. The man is a graphic designer, so he's doing that. On top of that, he has a regular job. On top of that, he runs multiple. He has the channel, but multiple things during the week, and he's a very, very busy guy. So it's hard to really manage. And I manage multiple social medias. It's a lot of work. So yeah.
And we have Mrs. Kitty.
Hello.
On the Kitty.
No.
Hi guys.
You made it.
I did.
How's it going?
I got your DM reminding me after I got nice and sweaty out in the yard, and then I checked in on the stream and saw all of you guys did not have your cameras on. I'm like, okay, I can go.
Yeah, exactly. So
and we're all messy and just so it's like we just keep the little pictures and like we don't.
Oh, I didn't. I didn't see Al was here. I was looking on my phone, so I didn't see the names. What's up, Al?
Kitty, nice to have you here.
Yeah.
Things are well. Oh, you too. I guess in this weird sort of virtual sort of thing where you don't really see me. Yeah. So how's Flip City going?
Oh, it's the struggle of the indie, but we're surviving. How's that?
Exactly.
And we're still as hilarious as ever. So we have a campaign right now for our very first special edition, which is parodies only. So we're pushing that one hard, and it's going to be great.
Sweet. So for all of you that are new to this channel, Kitty Flips is of Flip City Magazine. So we do advertise your magazine because, like we said, it's like the Cracked and Mad magazine of today.
Yes.
So they just don't poke fun at the left. They poke fun at everybody. They poke fun at everybody. Yes. Hey, Al, let's just put it this way. Exactly. Let's just put it this way. It's not like, we even the right makes some stupid comments too. I know it's shocking. But we got to own up to it too, on occasion. But anyway, so and like I said here, if you want to go ahead and check out Flip City Mag, then Vince, who usually at this point has the link
already up,
popping up at this point. Oh, there you go. Yeah. Then you want to go over to Flip City Mag. They also got a YouTube channel, so you're going to go ahead and check them out there, and give them a subscribe because they are a fun channel. So I try to drop in on them whenever I can. So I got X, so you want to check them out on X, formerly known as the Twitter, and there, if you want to go ahead and check out their issues, they occasionally will have a free issue that you can check out, and if you like what you see,
we're actually we've kind of rethought and reestablished the way we give free stuff away. So if you want a lot of free Flip City content, go to our Substack. That's where you're going to find the most of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, now we know.
You can search Flip City Magazine pretty much across all social media platforms and be able to find us. It's funny, when I popped in, I was listening to what was going out live, and you guys were talking about managing like multiple social medias.
Right.
I don't know if it's as frustrating as you guys, specifically Discord, because that's something that so many people, they do hang out there, but like Discord gives me anxiety.
Really?
Like, it's too much.
It is.
So if you want to go ahead, check out their website over at Flip City Mag, and if you want to get yourself a subscription, then again, like I said before, use the coupon code CRC for 10% off a subscription to these guys, because they are totally 100% worth it. So okay, just going back quickly here. So Serious Question says little Dutch. Serious Question: what does it take to be invited and talk along with you fine people? I too have opinions and industry insight. You know what? How about we do it this way? If you want to come on, how about this? If you want to come on now, find me. I do believe my links are in are down below. Get a hold of me, whether it's on, or hey, I'm on 2005 on TFW 2005, or next, just get a hold of me, and if you want, I'll have you on next Sunday.
May I step in quickly? As a person who's done producing, if you do have a YouTube channel or if you do have a YouTube channel or other content, send him a link to it. That way we can review. It's always good to vet people, you know what I mean, before you bring any. And it's nothing against anybody.
Yes.
It's just, as a producer side, and I've produced film, you want to make sure you at least know what, and it's just for safety precautions. So if you have any links, feel free to send
I suppose.
We can advertise those as well. Hey, plus it also gives exposure to those channels. So we also will help promote your channel if you're willing to come on. So
that's right. Exactly. A little bit of nudge, nudge, wink, wink. That kind of thing.
This community always helps each other. That's why I like this community. Everybody helps everybody.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Discord gives me panic attacks, says Franco Walker. So
I hate Discord. Yes.
Yeah, I know. Crimson Toys, Discord is way too confusing for a layout for this old guy. I know.
Dude, I am so
it is.
I feel vindicated. The chat, thank you for vindicating me. Like, thank you, Vince.
Yes.
Thank you, Vince, for finding our direct Substack link.
Vince is amazing.
Yeah, so
Discord is amazing.
Discord seems to be where a lot of the young folk hang out, though.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's kind of
like the midway from what Twitch used to be type thing. The place
or like chat rooms.
Kinda, yeah.
Because I used to be on Discord, but I didn't find it very helpful.
No, I'm not a fan. I use it for talking to a few people and maybe watching some information about AI stuff. But besides that, no, I'm not a fan. It's
No.
Oh my gosh, you guys, I'd love to know your first internet social media experience. Like mine was chat rooms through Prodigy. That's how old I am. Yeah.
Oh my God. Don't date yourself that old now. Come on.
Well, I remember.
You're still 29.
Yes.
Through AOL. So
right.
We used to find comic book chat rooms and just start making fun of people.
Oh yeah, of course.
I think that was everybody's chat room experience was, for me, I had a home base, my own chat room,
Right.
And then we'd go into other chats and just start ragging on people and get kicked out.
Fun times.
Message boards.
Message boards was after forums and such. So
IM boards and
and Blogger.
Yeah. Oh God, Blogger. Oh Lord, I remember that. Jeez. We're advanced old.
Yep. Dude, you signed me up to Hotmail. Remember at the library.
Oh
So,
God, yeah, right.
I'll never forget that day. Yeah.
I know. I still have a Hotmail account. Go figure.
Oh yeah, same here. One of the early ones. Yeah.
Man, oh man.
Way back in the primitive days of the internet.
The internet and gaming. I mean, we're there from when it all started, pretty much.
Oh
like video games. I'm an old school from the beginning.
You had to put www before you went to an internet address. Bookmarks were a new thing.
Oh wow.
If we had to memorize it, we had to write it down on paper.
I still got those books. Like, here's this website.
Oh my God.
I do think it's funny when I hear people when they're, shouting out a website, they say www, and I'm like, you don't have to say that anymore.
I know, right?
I don't.
Like,
I mean, I still do. So maybe I
No,
should.
you don't. No, you don't, Al.
Actually, I still type it in. I'm not lying. You can laugh at me, and I work on and design web pages, but I still do. It just I did it from the beginning, so it's instinctive now. It's like www dot. So, yeah.
Oh my God! Yeah, Commander Classified. Yeah, Morse code. Yeah.
I remember when we communicated by Morse code. We used dots and dashes. Nobody knew what we were talking about if they didn't know.
Somebody mentioned the 3.5 floppies. I had the bigger ones.
Oh my God. God, yeah.
Oh
my
wow,
God,
yeah, I forgot
John,
about
yeah.
those.
Yeah, right. Oh my God! Or what was it? Internet Explorer? No, not Internet Explorer.
Yeah.
Netscape. Netscape.
Remember dial-up?
Yeah.
That annoying noise, and if somebody picks up the phone and you lose your connection.
Oh
like,
God, yes.
I was down. The song was almost done. It took 10 hours for one song. What the heck? I gotta start over.
Oh,
yeah,
Napster.
Yeah.
Oh, Napster. Oh, dude. Yes.
I think that started everything really in regards to like downloading content. But Napster, they were just swiping stuff. But it was like the beginning of like iTunes, or what iTunes became, or even like creating digital content in regards to digital comic books. When they found a way to be able to charge people for stuff, that's when like Marvel and DC got on board with digital comics. And I remember that was a big thing. And Comixology, which was bought by Amazon, I don't even think Comixology even exists anymore.
Oh yeah, I remember them.
Yeah. Because even early on, like in the early 2000s, Scott McCloud had this idea of micropayments. So if you went to a website that you like, you would just like donate, 25 cents or 50 cents. And then, you had Napster, where they were just stealing stuff and you could just download anything. And then they found out to create a model where you can, download a comic or music and pay for it. And now that seems to be what like everybody's doing.
Yeah, because I remember back when Napster came out, it was this whole argument of, well, I bought the album, it's mine, I can do with it what I want, right?
Yeah.
And that pretty much started like the whole pirating controversy. It's like, well, I bought it, it's mine, I can do whatever the hell I want with it. And that started the whole thing. But then the music industry was like, well, we should be getting royalties from every download.
Sure.
That goes on online. And it's like, dude, you're making millions of bucks in concerts and and crap like that. Like, come on, man.
Well, it's the actual artists don't get paid as much as the actual labels do. That's why some people went independent. That's what brought in Spotify, because that helps the independent musicians. And because you can put something on Spotify, they'll still take something off the top, which, let's be honest, everybody does. But as an independent artist, as a musician, you can use Spotify. And Spotify has done streaming so much better than the televisions. Because for television, you got one show on this network, another one on that. It's almost as much as cable, because you're going to buy every network to watch the shows you like. It's like Spotify, almost everything's at one shot. It's like boom. That's the way the cable thing or the internet streaming needs to start doing, and combine everything onto one shop, and it'll be better. But
yeah, unless you're Neil Young, and every few and every few months, depending on how cranky because you haven't had your daily pablum, you decide to take it off of Spotify. So,
and I'm a diehard.
I thought he was back. Is he currently off again? Did he get mad again?
Apparently he got mad again, during the whole No Kings protest or something like. I think it was that, and he was like, "Oh, that's it, just a protest. I'm going to be taking my album off of Spotify." It's like, I thought you already did. Like, what? You put it back on again? Like what? You just
as a human, he's an idiot.
We'll...
I still love his music. It's what I grew up with, my uncle and stuff. But I already have all the music from him, and I need, so I don't need to download it.
It's like, okay, we'll see you back in a couple of hours.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, Tom said that he thinks that Neil Young is an idiot, but I have a problem. I can't separate a person's views or what they said and their politics from the content that they create. I have a really hard time with that.
The way I look at it now, it's like I was a fan before he became like this, and I'm not going to stop something that his music actually has heavy context in my past. Like my uncle who passed away many years ago, he taught me guitar through Neil Young songs, and he could listen to a song and learn it in seconds. He had that gift of the ear. And he was a welder by trade, but he was a great guitarist, and but he taught me with Neil Young music. And I love Neil Young because of my uncle. It reminds me of my uncle. As a person, but the music has more personal connotation and stuff. So that's why it's hard to forget what it meant to me growing up. So that's why it's like, it has deep meaning to me, you could say.
No, that's fair. Totally 100% fair.
Yeah. I mean, look at Kevin Smith. He became an idiot. What an idiot! But I grew up with Kevin. But I'm a Kevin Smith fan from the old movies because as a filmmaker, I'd love to do that. Work with the same friends over repeated different movies. Have a group of people you trust, and sort of like Rob Zombie does. He always has a similar cast in each film because you have this group of people you like working with, and I admire that. And I love the Jay and Silent Bob characters. That comedy inspired some of my comedy and stuff. So is he an idiot in real life? Yeah, he became quite the moron over time. Ever since he had the heart attack, he really just changed. It's just kind of sad. But I mean, I love his film still. I love this whole series of them, but as a person, it's just,
Well, because I have a hard time because I used to really like Chasing Amy, and I can't watch it anymore. I don't know if it's because of the language or some of the lifestyle content in there, but I can't watch it anymore.
I haven't seen it in years, but I mean, I just like it because it ties in with everything, and just Ben Affleck's hilarious. It's just, just some of the stuff. But I get what you're saying.
Yeah, no, I get the same way too. It's when a certain personality kind of soils your experience. Can't even talk right now. Your experience. Then it's like you really don't feel like watching them as much anymore. And I get the same way too.
Okay. It's like, well, I think for me, part of it is that, I've gotten older and that stuff I don't find potty humor funny anymore. I'm not in college. I'm not in high school anymore. It's not the kind of content that I really enjoy. So sorry, go ahead, Tom.
No. That's a good. That's a good reasoning. Actually, we're all getting older and things change. A good example. Then I'll give this one. There's a wrestler called Chris Benoit. You might have heard of him. He killed his family. Was pretty. He was the guy. My inspiration of getting into pro wrestling was Dynamite Kid. I wanted to be a wrestler. I trained. It was Dynamite Kid, and he has also inspired Chris Benoit. He was a Canadian wrestler, great wrestler. That's true. Then he did this messed up thing. And it was, they say it was the CTE. He had bad, brains. He had a brain of an 80-year-old because headshots. I can't watch his matches anymore. I've never watched it. And his matches are brilliant. It's like he was like an artist in that ring. It was amazing. I just can't. Ever since knowing he killed his wife and his son because, I can't watch him anymore. That was too, I've tried. It's too awkward. It's like I can't watch his stuff anymore because of what he did. That was too far. Like nah.
Yeah, It puts a little bit of a taint on it. So
yeah, big time. Yeah, you said taint.
I did. I know. I'm so childish.
That ain't funny.
Tainty, taint. So, let's see. Just going back to the chat here for a second because I want to make it look like I'm paying attention to you guys, which I'm actually doing. So, Little Dutch, yeah, Kevin is a part of the club now, though. So we are not. Yeah, we are not invited. No, I agree with you on that, dude. So, Commander Classified. I got into music because of the Pink Panther tune. Started out with the trumpet 2 years later, saxophone. Then at 16, I got a guitar. I don't play much, but I'm a good singer. Really?
Nice.
Ooh, Mr. Talent here. I like that. That's awesome.
I was a saxophone player as well, but I went from clarinet to saxophone.
Really?
And piano.
Oh,
and drums.
wow.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome.
Not that I
yeah?
still do any of those things, but when I was a teenager, I was pretty good at all of them.
So why'd you stop?
Oh.
I stopped being a band nerd and I didn't continue on with my music studies, and started my 20s and had a lot of fun in my 20s not playing music.
We all grow and stuff. Yeah, that's just I used to do guitar. I don't do that anymore or anything like that. It's like
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, what's cool though is so I was in what in band it's called the Pit, where you play like the xylophones and marimbas and stuff like that.
Oh,
my niece is now in it. She has a marimba at her house, and it's so fun to go. I actually want to pick that up again.
Wow. Totally. You should totally do that. 100%.
Yeah.
I
Go
would
hang out
love
with
to
my
see you
niece, play
play.
marimba.
That'd be cool.
Yeah. 100%. That or play the clarinet.
Yeah.
I wanted to learn the trumpet because of Miles Davis and the stuff. I always like jazz. I just wanted to learn the trumpet. Just like good old jazz. Oh, wow.
Ooh, yeah, there we go. I love Miles Davis.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Did you ever hear the album he had rap and jazz mix? It was a fusion album he did. I got it. It's such a cool album, a mix of rap and jazz.
No.
It was something different.
I didn't know that was a thing.
Oh yeah, Miles Davis did. He was one of the first ones to do it, and then Gangstar did a rap and jazz combination afterwards. But at first, it was Miles Davis mixing rap with jazz. It was a really cool fusion. It was a really good album. It's like wow, that works. So it was
Miles
cool.
Davis was absolutely a visionary, and he did really psychedelic jazz too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. What was it called? Fusion jazz or something like that?
Yeah, no, it was. I think that was it. Yeah. He was so talented.
See, you guys out in the chat wouldn't have thought, but we actually have a bit of taste on here. So there we go. As we've all just proven right now. That depends.
On the individual. Yes.
Yeah, sure. That's it. No,
I love all music except for country. And if you like country, I apologize. It's just like from jazz to metal to black metal to classical. Like I just love music. And even some country. I can't say I hate country. I'll listen to some, but it's just I love music. Music is an escapism for me. I don't leave the house without my headphones. It's just I need music.
Wait a minute. You know what? I'm gonna have to look in the chat again. Oh no, that's right.
New
yeah.
Stuff. Grimes, Aurora. There's so many good music. There's so much good music. Tom McDonald. There's so much good music out there.
That's right. I forgot. Tom is not Tom. Sorry, Ranker Steve. He's at the airport. That's right, because I asked him if he wanted to join, and I forgot he's at the airport. Oh well.
Travel safe, whatever. Steve. Travel safe, good sir.
That's right, dude. Kevin Smith got thin and lame at the same time. Yeah.
I did.
Oh my god. I know. I used to listen to a lot of Depeche Mode.
Yeah, good band there too.
Back in the day. Yeah, they were pretty good band. So and a lot of actual industrial back in the day. Yeah. I listened to a lot. Einstürzen and Neubauten, which was German industrial band.
Rammstein.
Oh,
I didn't bother really listening to Rammstein because because everybody was like listening to Rammstein.
But they're good. Rammstein, you got 9 Inch Nails. We can go heavier. You got actually. Do you know where industrial started? Maybe I'll test you on this. Do you know where the Industrial Revolution started?
Well, as far as I know, industrial music started in Germany.
Some people would argue that and say it started in Vancouver, BC.
Really?
Yes, there was
really
Frontline Assembly and yes, it was no. There's another band. I'm blanking out right now. Not Frontline Assembly. I have to look it up. Bear with me for a bit here.
I remember Frontline Assembly, because I had one of their albums.
There was actually a band that derived from. I'm blanking out right now. Give me a few minutes. But yeah, no. They say it started out of Vancouver, BC.
About you, Kitty, what was one of your favorite bands back in the day? Depending on what
back
the day
in
was.
the day, well, I was into Nirvana in high school.
Oh yeah,
awesome.
That's my band. Oh, good taste. That's a band. That's my all-time fave. Them and Tool.
You like
Nirvana.
Kitty?
Yeah, you're awesome.
Kitty is the cat's
But then
meow.
right after high school, I got like really into like indie music and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. Hey, have you ever heard? Now I can't. Oh, do you know who Stereolab is?
Oh yeah,
I've heard of them.
You should check out Stereolab. They're a French girl band and just really interesting sounding.
I've heard them. They're good. They're good.
Yeah. I made a Skinny Puppy. That always scared me.
But they're the godfathers of industrial metal. Or industrial. Oh. They're the godfathers of industrial. Skinny Puppy out of Vancouver. Yeah.
Oh right. Yeah, I remember them now.
Yeah.
Dang. Okay, yeah. So let's see here. Okay.
How about you, Al? How about you? Your earlier stuff.
Well, the earlier stuff that I used to listen to, I still listen to. So yeah, like in high school, before U2 became like this huge band, The Unforgettable Fire came out, and that was ended up being one of my favorite albums. And then they came out with the Joshua Tree, and then everybody loved U2. So I like U2, like 1980s U2. But then in 91, when Achtung Baby came out, they turned it to a pop band and made me very sad. But yeah, Nirvana. Yeah, I mean, I still listen to Nirvana. The Violent Femmes, The Cure, the Ramones, Sex Pistols. Nice. I was listening to the Sex Pistols yesterday. Yeah. So the stuff that I listened to, like, when I was in leaving high school and got into college, it's the same stuff I listen to now.
Sweet. And when you get to college, you started following Oasis, right?
How dare you?
He was into Blur.
No, I hate that band. You know I hate that band.
I'm sorry. Oh, man. Anybody hear the Beta Band? They're a good band. They were out of Ireland. I think they were a Beta Band. They're alternative, very kind of indie rock. So another good band. But
and Sinead O'Connor. Speaking of
she's talented.
Oh man, damn. She was awesome. Her first 2 albums were fantastic.
Oh yeah.
But then she went really crazy, and it was pretty sad.
Yeah. Beautiful voice, though. Gosh, what a beautiful
fantastic voice. Yeah, she was awesome.
100%.
She was always very outspoken about things.
Yes.
Yeah, she was. I remember that one time when she was on Saturday Night Live.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you remember that one? You know exactly what episode I'm talking about.
Yeah, she performed on Saturday Night Live, and she ripped up a photo of Pope John Paul.
Yeah.
Really upset people. Like, really upset people. And around the same time, she refused to play at any venue, even if she was already scheduled to perform, if they played any sort of anthem, national anthem. Yeah, that really upset Americans.
Yeah, I don't see what the big deal was about that. So it's like, it's a national anthem. It's
She had very strong feelings about things.
Yeah, she did.
Yeah, but again, her first two albums were really great. She had a live album or a live video. I think it's called The Lion and the Cobra. I stayed up until like 2 a.m. to watch it when it was on cable, and I just fell in love with it. That was just a great concert. But she was, then she went like kind of kooky, like her, but she was sort of pseudo-religious, but very anti-Catholic. And then she became kind of a priest in an offshoot of Catholicism. And then
that was kind of weird.
It was weird. And she had like, her personal life was really messed up. And then she became Muslim and she got all these, it was just really sad.
Okay, let's see. Franco Walker, you got to get going. Not a problem, dude. We shall catch you later, my man. And thanks for being here. So appreciate it. Let's see. Vince Rich Romack, Autobahn. Is that a band? Oh, it's okay. So Industrial is the next door neighbor to grunge. Yeah, I'd give you that. So it would make sense that it was in Vancouver. Yep.
I'm going to debate something on that, but I'll wait till you're done this first.
Okay. So Commander Classified says, Soundgarden, Megadeth, Clutch Slayer, Bill, he likes Deadmau5 5. So there you go. Commander Classifieds, AC/DC and Black Sabbath, Little Dutch, Iron Maiden, and Bad Religion were my bands as a teenager in the 90s. Oh man.
I seen Maiden live. They were good live.
Yeah.
They were good live.
Commander Classified can't stand U2. I can't stand U2 now. Like Al, I used to like U2. I actually didn't mind their Achtung Baby album. I know it's a bit popish, but I dug it. I did like it. But then of course they started getting real, and it didn't help that they got caught on a boat with a 14-year-old. So shame on you, Bono. Oh yeah. No, that picture went viral. Like
Sunday Bloody Sunday is still a powerful song.
Yeah, all those albums from the 80s, I still love those. Love those albums. Oasis.
I can't remember the name of the band, but they did Birdhouse in Your Soul. Who were they? Huh?
Don't know.
I have the faintest idea. I never heard of them.
Yeah, you do. You know it.
Gotta like Weird Al.
What? How dare you?
Weird Al.
Oh, I've heard of them. They might be Giants.
They might be Giants.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they might be Giants.
We went to one of their shows.
Yeah.
Like a decade ago, and they were lecturing us.
Yeah.
Like politically lecturing us. And
they were scolding you children.
Shut up. Yes.
God, that is so lame.
I mean, not us personally,
so Ricky,
the audience.
You gotta go in. Oh wow. So Ricky, you gotta get going. Recover away from the chest infection. I really honestly hope you get better. And you have a good night, my man. So Tragically Hip. Yeah, you gotta like Tragically Hip.
Oh 100%. Yeah, legendary band of Canadian. Just R.I.P. Gord. He was such a deuce.
Oh yeah. Autobahn is a fake band from The Big Lebowski. Oh, okay.
Right. Our Lady Peace, another great Canadian band. If you ever heard them, I've seen them live 5 times. I was such a big fan of them. So
I thought it was Jada Pinkett Smith.
Let me gripe about the term grunge for a second here.
Okay.
Kurt Cobain hated the term grunge. They weren't grunge. You know where that name come from? Rolling Stone magazine. And it was never actually the type of music. They combine, like, I'm sorry, Soundgarden was more heavy rock, like heavy light metal, heavy rock and roll. Look at Pearl Jam. I loved Pearl Jam, but they were more of your heavy rock, where Soundgarden was light metal. Kurt Cobain and Nirvana, they were more kind of a punkish, more modern, postmodern type. And even Kurt said, no, we're not grunge. It's such a stupid, Alice in Chains. All these bands were different styles, but they just labeled it grunge. I mean, Kurt hated that term. It was a Rolling Stone magazine term that kind of just we don't know we don't want to separate it, so let's just come up with this term. And yeah, Kurt always hated that term. He said it's stupid.
But a lot of these bands were also coming out of Seattle at the time too.
Yeah. Well, I think Alice in Chains was more Southern LA or something down there, but a lot of them were from the Seattle area. But they had good music. I mean, we remember one of the greatest guitarists of all time, Jimi Hendrix, is originally from Seattle.
Wow. Yeah, because I remember for the longest time not calling it grunge, but the Seattle sound.
Yeah.
And that's how I remember it as.
Jimi Hendrix used to play in a band in Vancouver, the Vancouvers. And then do you know who took over for Jimi Hendrix? Cheech and Chong was Thomas Chong. He took over him as a guitarist for that band.
Oh,
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's kind of cool. Huh. Chong actually is a good guitar. I mean, he's not Jimi Hendrix level, but he was a good guitarist. And Jimmy left the band, the Vancouvers, and then Thomas Chong ended up taking his place. So it's a little fact. Yeah, no, kind of cool. But yeah, he was out of Seattle, Hendrix. And then he moved to, I think it was the UK, and that's where his career really started taking off. So,
okay, that is pretty cool. I like that.
I know, I have random music facts. Don't ask it.
The thing is, like, when I really got into alternative music, like at the end of high school and the mid 1980s, it was weird because, like, in the late 1980s, there was not a lot of new stuff that I liked coming out. Nothing new from like. Violent Femmes, The Cure, or those kinds of bands. And then like Nirvana hit, and like Kurt Cobain just changed everything.
Yes.
And I like a lot of that stuff came out around in the early 90s. And again, Nirvana is one of my favorite bands. But then suddenly everybody started liking the same sort of music that I like. And I like what was going on in regards to all these new bands, like the first new Pearl Jam album, I thought was fantastic.
Yep.
Like, you can't like my stuff. It was like all like mainstream stuff. Like YouTube became mainstream. Like they became a bunch of sellouts. Like, you can't like the same stuff that I like. And alternative music became a label. It became a genre. And like, that makes no sense. I mean, I understand why people do that. And I understand what Tom was saying in regards to Rolling Stone creating this label of grunge, because it's easier for people to categorize, talent or other people groups or tribes and that sort of thing. But yeah, you can't like my stuff. Stop liking my stuff. How dare you?
Well, another band that came out around that same time, nobody's talking about Living Colour. They were a really good band.
Late 80s, 87.
Yeah, they were around 87, 88, and I loved their stuff. And I was like, wow, they were unique in their own original. It's like, wow, so good. So, yeah.
My all-time favorite band is Talking Heads, but I didn't get into them until like the 2000s.
Oh, what? Ooh. Oh, man. Stop Making Sense is one of the best concert albums of all time.
I think it is the best concert album. In fact, I listened to it so much when I was pregnant that my daughter came out recognizing it, and this is how that happened. She was crying, infant, like small infant, like a month old.
Right.
And I'm trying to do everything to like get her to calm down. And I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to put on Stop Making Sense and dance with her. And so I put her down while I put the DVD on, and she's crying. And the second the first, because you know how he does the boombox thing,
awesome,
for Psycho Killer.
Yeah.
So he comes out, and then the beat starts. She stopped crying and went and turned her head towards the TV. And I'm like, wow.
Really?
He recognized
that's
it from
awesome.
me playing it so much while I was pregnant.
I love it.
Oh yeah, Talking Heads, one of the best bands too. Is she still a Talking Heads fan though?
Yes. Yeah. Anytime, like, I have to,
That's awesome.
We have at points in time shared like a Spotify, and she'll listen to my playlists sometimes because I have, it's Talking Heads heavy. And like, my daughter has fantastic taste in music. In fact, I had a Dave also before she was born, and then I would put it on for her to watch sometimes, a David Bowie video compilation DVD. She loved David Bowie. She was fascinated, like as a little toddler.
My daughter,
and she does thank me for her music taste.
There you go.
I always like that, seeing the next generation inspiring them for music. Isn't that cool? It's like, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ziggy Stardust is like one of my favorite albums. I think they came out like 73, maybe. Anyway, yeah, Ziggy Stardust and the Spiders from Mars, great album.
I just got to mention this. You guys mentioned a great concert. My favorite of all time concert, Queen at Wembley Stadium in '86. It's such a beautiful concert.
Were you
anybody
there?
has, oh no, but I've seen it. Oh, it's just, I mean, I've seen many concerts. I used to work security, but that concert, Queen at Wembley Stadium in '86, it's just, wow. It's just, Freddie Mercury owns this crowd of, I don't know how many, hundreds of thousands of people, and he just has them eaten out of his hand. He's so good at, as a front man for leading a crowd and just singing. And he had an amazing voice too.
He was an excellent vocalist. I can't say I'm a huge Queen fan, but the first album I ever spent money on when I was a kid was Name of the Game by Queen.
Yeah.
And Live Aid, they were great at Live Aid. U2 was great at Live Aid. So Live Aid was a great concert.
Hey, Mike, I'm sharing a screen if you don't mind bringing it up, because it explains the decline of U2, I think, perfectly.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, hold on here. Let me
They
get
got a lot
it up.
of heat from Rattle and Hum, which I still thought was a great album.
All right.
And then they just changed.
Okay.
So this is a page from 2022 that we did, but it's
Right.
it's at the very bottom. Hold on, let me zoom in. Hold on.
Hooray for charts.
All right, there you go.
Okay.
So there's U2, youth, ego, and listenability, and how it works out. Oh darn! You can't see it because we're all
Okay, wait.
down
Hold
at the
on.
bottom.
There you go.
Let me rearrange us. There we go. Yeah.
No,
It's
yes,
sad.
that explains it.
That's a shame.
Yes.
Because I was reading Rolling Stone because of U2. I was a huge U2 fan. But yeah, like right after Rattle and Hum, they just totally changed. And at that time, Bono and The Edge went to Berlin and they started working on a new album without Larry Mullen Jr. and Adam Clayton. And they were going into the more this dance sort of pop stuff. And I hate it. Oh, Offspring, great band. So yeah, U2 is not U2. I liked it when they were alternative rock band, and I miss them, but they're not around anymore.
How about No Doubt? Anything? I liked No Doubt the early years. I liked the ska sound, the mixture of ska with a little bit more modern. I thought
you wouldn't consider them a ska band, though, would you?
Well, they were loosely based of a ska because that's where they were inspired. They were inspired by ska, but did we just lose somebody?
Oh, Mike.
We just lost Mike. But yeah, I always liked No Doubt, and then she kind of became kind of her own entity, and but she didn't seem to really sell out. She's still doing music this day. I didn't really hate her opinions on anything and stuff, and then they kind of reunited and did something. But I always liked No Doubt as well too.
Well, you were mentioning concerts and such, Tom. My favorite concert, I think, was when was that? February of 1988 at Radio City Music Hall in New York when I was still living in New York City. I saw Public Image Limited, Johnny Rotten, and
nice.
NXS. And NXS just came out with the album Kick. And we had balcony seats, and it was the best show I've ever been to. And PIL played, Sex Pistols songs, and then NXS was excellent. So that was a huge lot of fun.
Now, the best concert what the heck is... I would say Iron Maiden. They were just here in town. Actually, they performed. They were starting their tour, and they started here in our town, and they were here for a week. And what a good show! That was fun. I was watching Maiden live, and Bruce Dickinson can really control a crowd too, and just run to the hill, starting it, and the crowd playing. You just feel it. I'm getting goosebumps thinking how well he can play a crowd. It's just this was so good, and the music was good too. So yeah, it was.
Hey, Tom, what was the worst?
For some reason, I don't know why I was even kicked out of my own show.
I know.
Kenny?
We carried on without you though. So
yes,
we carried the whole show, by the way. Yeah, Tom, I wanted to know what was the worst act you ever saw while you were working security.
Oh, boy. I'm trying to think now. There's a few that weren't bad. And I love the Hip. The Hip is a good band. They performed here one time. Somebody didn't do their sound. You couldn't hear Gord. The drum was overpowered, and Gord, you couldn't hear the lyrics. I'm like, what's going on? Who's in charge of the soundboard? I was like, I can't hear the music. It was so bad. I was like, as a person who's just, like I said, I'm sitting there, you can't even hear the singing. You can't hear the lyrics. It's just, you can hear the instruments. That was like really horribly done. Whoever was in charge of the soundboard that night should have been fired. I was like, yeah, but I can't say I've seen many bad concerts. But that was the one I was really like, ooh, that was badly done, you know. And I was nice enough to work backstage at the Doobie Brothers, I think it was, and I actually got to meet them. That was my first drink of Perrier, fancy water. I never had it before. Here, have a couple. You look like you're tired. I was working back, literally behind the stage where they went out, so I just listened to the concert all show, and they were really cool, the Doobie Brothers, so they were really decent with me. But yeah, I'd have to say the Tragically Hip, just because of the sound. But I was lucky enough, not many concerts were that bad. There was an all rap concert, and I like rap, but it was just kind of a little iffy. I don't even remember who the acts were. It was so bad. So I'm like, yeah. So, but yeah, I could say that Tragic Hip one, just because the way it was sounded. Whoever was working the soundboard should have been fired because you couldn't even hear the lyrics. It was like, this is horrible.
There we go. Windrave. I see that you're new here, so you just made the nick of time. And you know what? I just got to say, we are 4 away from 1,300 subscribers. Yes. We are like so freaking close. So please, yes, subscribe, share, like, do all the stuff that you're supposed to be doing on the YouTubes, because if you're not, I'll equate you to Hitler. You're evil. No, I'm just kidding. No, if you happen to be new here, yeah, please like, subscribe, and share the show. And I'll equate you to something like Gandhi. There we go. How about that? So Windrave, who just happened to pop in here. So anything said about Abaddon or Hotspot? Yes, we were saying copious amounts of stuff for about those two figures because of all the pictures that I posted yesterday on X and on Facebook and on TFW 2005. And okay, so here's the news. As Mr. Peterson did put it, so yeah, Windrave Hotspot is coming soon, likely next year, probably by summer. I will double check on that, okay, just to make sure. Because like I said, yeah, I work with Keith over at X Transbots, and so I got a little bit of inside information. That's why you need to subscribe to this channel, because every live chat that I do, whether it is this show, like on Huge Circles.
You said doo-doo.
I said doo-doo. He said doo-doo. I love you guys, doo-doo. He said as he sipped on a cup of coffee right now.
I heard Al's eyes
Snicker?
rolling.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I know.
I wasn't going to say anything.
Yes, you were.
No,
it's got legit potty humor there. So there you go.
Yeah, right. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's the potty humor we were talking about earlier. Okay. I know. I love you. Anyway, so okay, so Abaddon, I'm going to tell you right now what Keith had told me. This, and again, sorry, this is why you subscribe to the channel, because during live chats, like here on this one or on the news show on Titillating Tuesdays, which is almost as suggestive as it sounds, or any of the other shows that I do happen to get around, because we got a new one that we're planning out for Thursdays, okay, which should be a lot of fun. You know, I do drop hints about what's going on in the third party, particularly in the X Transbot sector, because I work with Keith, who works over at X Transbots, who owns and runs X Transbots and KFC. So he is looking to have their version of Galvatron out before the end of the year, so pretty soon. As for Hotspot, it should be very, very close. If not somewhere around Chinese New Year. I will double check on that. So please, all of you, come back to the channel. Keep coming back to the channel, because if I got upped, then I can update you all on what's going on, and you guys get the inside track. So you can save and put money in your pocket for for the figures that you want to get. So that's what you want to do. Little Dutch. So my best concert was Limp Bizkit. Oh God, yeah, I remember Limp Bizkit.
Wow.
After the release of the Chocolate Starfish album, it was amazing. the bass hit hard enough to rearrange your organs.
That's a good album. I'm sorry, I love that album. Chocolate Starfish and the hot tank flavored water.
It is. Yeah. Oh yeah, Joe Satriani, man, dude, I love Joe Satriani. World's best guitarist, by far.
Ooh, don't start 100%. That debate. Me and a buddy of mine.
No. I'm gonna say it because ever since he said as he sipped on a cup of coffee again. Ever since, because like you guys know, I mentioned, yeah, I know I sound like Louder with Cratter. So like I said before, I've always liked Silver Surfer in the Marvel Universe, right?
That's a good album, yeah.
And when Ron Lim was drawing Silver Surfer, Volume 3, there was this scroll storyline of because in a previous episode way back in Fantastic Four with John Byron, Galactus had eaten the Skrull throne world,
right?
And so what had happened in Silver Surfer Volume 3 when Ron Lim was penciling, I forget who was writing at the time, I can't remember, but anyway, they were reestablishing a new Skrull home world. And so the new Empress, they wrote it in such a way that the name Satriani was picked for the new Skrull homeworld, which was an homage to Joe Satriani, because at that time he had came out with an album called Surfing with the Alien, and it was Silver Surfer on the cover of the album. And I picked up the album, and it is such a rockin' album. I love Joe Satriani, and since I picked it up, I was a huge fan.
Oh no,
huge fan of Joe Satriani.
Brilliant guitarist. He is. He's one up there.
Yep. And yes, exactly. Joe Satriani is one of the best guitar players on the planet. He taught everyone, and I swear he just looks at his guitar and it plays for him.
He was a musician, a drummer for a local metal band. We had a discussion one night. It took 3 hours. Who was the greatest guitarist? We both came to the conclusion you can't really debate that because there's too many different styles, too many different. I mean, we could go Eric Clapton, Jim Hendrix, Joe Satriani was brought up. So many greats. My favorite is Eddie Van Halen. Eddie started a new style, the tapping. Eddie was one of the ones who really perfected that. Eddie was my all-time favorite. So many great guitarists. There's hard to really pick one great guitar. That's something that's missing from music nowadays, though. There's so many great guitar. There's some, but there's not many that really, like a good rock song doesn't have a great guitar solo like it used to. Like Metallica.
No, it doesn't.
Kurt would be the great. He's their main guitarist there. James could sometimes play good guitar riffs when he wanted to. So something that misses in music is great hard rock guitar.
I know. It's sorely lacking nowadays.
Yeah.
So, Collector, nice to see you, my dude, all the way in Mexico. We're getting you know what? This is really weird because we're getting a totally international
I know
chat going on here. We got what was it? One dude all the way from the Netherlands. We got the Collector here from Mexico. So we got a whole bunch of you guys from the UK and Scotland and all that kind of stuff. And Mr. Peterson, who he says Irish because he enjoys the spirits there. So there you go. I'll
you know what this means? You know what this means? You're taking over the world.
I know. It kind of means that, doesn't it? Excellent. So I like the Crowder sip, says John, but Scott Adams simultaneously sip is more satisfying. Yeah, no, I
Oh, by the way, everybody on X, you got 13 people on X right now. Don't forget to come over and like, subscribe, and share on this YouTube channel as well. So we got 13 over on X.
That's right.
Come on over to the YouTube channel. Come on over, subscribe, share it with your friends, share this channel with everybody else out there. We're getting so close. Was it to 1,300? So you're borderlining it. It's there. It's like
exactly. I'm on the cusp. So don't be lazy. Come on over. We are literally 2 away from 1,300 subscribers. Nice. Literally 2. I swear to God. I'm looking at my my YouTube Studio app right now. So 2 away from 1,300. Don't be shy, all of you people that happen to be listening on Rumble or X, because as I like to put it, nobody likes to be an Adolf Quitler and just quit halfway. Come on over to the YouTube side and show your love and support. And yes, I did say that out loud because why? Because I can, and because nothing is sacred on this channel except for God. So there you go.
Actually, speaking of nothing being sacred, is he wearing socks and sandals?
Yes, because.
Oh, what the heck are you making? No, that's a no-no. That's a no-no.
No, it's not. No, do not insult Japan.
They don't wear socks and sandals. They have barefoot and sandals.
Really? I can show you pictures.
Oh, so. Okay. That's usually a faux pas of fashion.
Well, it is, but when you're training, in swordsmanship, especially apparently in Japan, they're the how should I put it? You know what? I'll just show you the other foot because I did a little bit of a study. So you got the two, the two sock thing.
They're tabby socks.
On.
Like tabby
boots.
Boots.
Tabby socks. Yeah. So it's that's what you call them. So okay, so that's a bit of a thing there. So because what was it, about a week ago or 2 weeks ago? I ordered some reference books from Japan, some art reference books. So, which I really like them. And I'm not saying that you can't find really good art books in North America. It's just for what I'm planning on doing.
Well, yours is a manga, so yeah. Plus, yeah.
Well, exactly, yeah, and I want to keep to that kind of feel, kind of thing. But also because I want to be also, how should I put it, culturally accurate.
No, smart.
Yeah, and because the reason I say this is, what was that? Remember, last year the Assassin's Creed video game, where they were saying that Nobunaga was a black guy, basically a black samurai. Remember, yes. And essentially that they were insulting the entire nation of Japan by saying a historical figure was just basically a black man. And I'm like, you really want to start World War III with like giant mecha and stuff like that, and really upset Japan right now, don't you? It's like, because this is how you go about doing it. This is how you end up getting them to release the proverbial hounds, and this is how giant robot mecha wars start. So
they'll send Godzilla on us.
Yeah, exactly, right? And giant Gundam and stuff like that. So because that'll happen. It'll happen. Mark my words. So
can I fly a Veritech?
Yes, you can. So, God, I want that movie to come out really soon. I really hope they don't mess that up. So,
when you're doing your shading, Mike, do you ever actually use solid black at all, like black areas instead of just all the hatching you're doing?
You know what? If I have to, then I will. For some odd reason, I'm just. I don't know. I'm just kind of like doing the cross hatching just because.
And now you're doing cross hatching, yeah.
Yeah, because I feel like I need to practice it probably a little bit more, just get the feel of it. So, I don't know. That's what
I was just wondering because a lot of young artists. Well, I'm not saying you're a young artist, but that are really heavily influenced by manga. They don't spot blacks too often. They don't use black shapes in their work often.
No, not really. Because
or even like anime, because you rarely see it in anime.
Yeah, right. It's always values.
Yeah, because like a lot of the stuff that you have here with some of your hatching, I would just make it black.
Yeah. I don't know, because I've done that. I think with previous pictures that I've been doing on here, and I don't know, just kind of a couple of days ago, I just kind of thought, looking at some older comics, a lot of the Image crew, basically, they were doing a lot of cross hatching, and I thought, it's something that I haven't really spent enough time on, trying to practice my cross hatching thing.
Your what?
And it, yeah, right. How dare you? No.
How dare you?
How dare you?
Well, it depends. Like, as one grows, they're influenced by various different artists and art forms, and it's just it's just a matter of time because my stuff changes a lot. Because when I was like high school, college, I was really influenced by John Byrne's work, so you could see a lot of Byrne in my work.
Oh yeah,
not so much now, but yeah, Byrne was great.
Oh yeah, 100%. I really liked a lot of his stuff. Actually, I was just reading some of the older Fantastic Four that he did back in the early 80s. It was fun stuff. Fun stuff.
Yeah. I never liked his inking though. I never liked it when he inked his own stuff. There was a point also when he was on the FF and he was like inking with Sharpies and it's just like looks so bad.
Yeah, a lot of people say that about his inking. It's like, they're a fan of the artwork, but when it came to a lot of the inking, it's like, yeah. You're looking kind of crappy. So
like he and Terry Austin were great when on their run on X-Men. That was a huge influence on me, and I still think that stuff holds up. Like the Dark Phoenix Saga and Days of Future Past and the Hellfire Club. Yeah, I mean, and when I was reading it, that was all new. Now it's a lot of that stuff is really part of pop culture with the movies and such. But the original comics were fantastic.
100%. Yeah, I love that storyline. Days of Future Past.
Oh, it was amazing.
So cool.
Yeah, it was so good.
Uh-huh.
But I did not like the film.
No, the film was absolutely sucky. God almighty. Frig. Yes, we're gonna go back in time through your brain and make you think that you're in the past. And like what?
Yeah,
I don't think time travel works that way.
Yeah,
what are you doing?
Much like the original comic book stories.
No, it was like absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah.
So, okay. Collector says, I will say that your international community is well deserved. Well, thanks, man. I appreciate that. Once Clobby passed and after my dear friend Hungry disappeared, I was lost, and now my nerdiness has a home again. Oh, dude, thanks.
That's awesome. That's just pretty cool.
That means a lot, man. It really honestly means a lot. You have no idea how much that means to me to hear that. It really does. Hungry Boy, on the other hand, he's doing okay. I gotta actually finish the video postcard that I want to do for him because I'm gonna send that to him. So like I mentioned before, for the past year, he's just been, health wise, he hasn't been doing that good. And hearing that his friend Clobby passed away, he's just been, really down in the dumps and stuff like that. And, and a couple of tragedies that kind of hit him with close friends and family. And, and he was the one that managed to, I suppose you could say, proverbially take me in and really start teaching me the proper way of starting to do comics. Because like I said, or maybe you might have known that, he worked at Marvel at, I think when he was like in his early 20s. He said he was the second youngest there after Rob Liefeld.
Wow.
At Marvel. Yeah. And I still don't know who he is because he said he's very protective about the royalties that he gets, and Al can understand that as well when it comes to royalties.
Mm-hmm.
So he didn't want to come out and say because of his, political standing, as we'll put it. And so that it means a lot that you say that. It really, really does. So he doesn't know if he's going to come back to YouTube, but if he does, he did say that, he'd like to do his show. He'd like to come on my show because he hasn't managed to do that yet. And Al, I think you would like him. You would really like him as a fellow comic pundit.
Well, we'll see.
An artist. Oh yeah. No, he's a really nice guy. Let's see. And Bill, not sandals, with Crocs, one or the other. Yeah, no, it's definitely sandals. So Let's see. And Collector also says, what's that, Bill? Practice your crutch? What are you talking about? I don't know. Okay. Man. No, you can't look under the skirt. And it's not a skirt, it's a gi. Anyway, anyone here remembers Captain Future? This sketch reminds me on the Captain himself. God, I would kill my neighbor to get a play set of the comic. Well, I would kill my neighbors anyway. And she's out of here. She's out of hell. Oh my God. No, don't do that. So I've never heard of Captain Future myself. So I don't know. I don't know what that's all about. Let's see. And Bill says, do you remember Commando, the UK's longest running war comic? No. Because I'm in Canada and I didn't even know that was a comic in the UK. The only comics I knew that were coming out of the UK was obviously the Transformers UK edition, because, you know, Marvel had a UK division in the UK for a bit.
Mm-hmm.
And I knew that they were producing Doctor Who comics. I know that much because I had a couple of Tom Baker Doctor Who Marvel UK comics.
Well, you also had,
and I had a few of them.
Well, you had 2000 AD, and you had Marvel Man, and Judge Dredd. So there was, but yeah, the UK never really got so much into superheroes, though.
No, which is kind of odd. Well, no, I shouldn't really say odd. Europe just has a different approach to comics,
sure,
as opposed to North America. Yeah, because I mean, you know, you look at the way some of the comics are in French, like, you know, again, you know, Mobius,
Jean Girard.
They just have a different way of stories.
But you do have to admire them for their respect of comics and graphic novels. Like, they never looked at it as like kiddie trash, like we did in America.
Yeah, no, precisely. So, no, thank you again, Collector. I really do appreciate that comment. I really honestly do. That's extremely kind of you to say that. So, okay, yeah. So we got one drawing done so far. I'm going to start on this one because, like I said, way early back in the show, going to practice some action shots, action poses, and whatnot. So, and so far, what have we talked about? Man, let's see, because we're like 2.5 hours in. Again, Vince, sorry, I don't mean to make your ass hurt. That's just the way. Just the way things are on Sundays. So let's see.
Hey,
talk a little bit
Mike,
about the situation in the UK. Yeah.
I'm going to have to take off. I know I came in late and I'm leaving early, but it's been super duper.
Yeah, no, that's cool.
Awesome hanging out for a little bit with you guys.
Well, thanks, Kitty. You're great. Thank you so much.
Take care.
Yeah, you know what? Hey, before you go, plug what's going on over in your neck of the woods.
Well, I think the most important thing that's happening right now is that we have a live campaign on Fund My Comic. So head to Fund My Comic if you want to go directly to the Flip City campaign. It's fundmycomic.com/FlipCity27. And that is our parodies only special edition. Go check it out if you like what you see. Grab it. It's only $17 for an 80-page, full color, glossy, beautiful magazine packed with all of our best parodies, and free shipping in the United States. So $17 gets you right out the door if you're in the US.
There we go.
Yeah.
For everybody else in the world, we got to pay the duty. We got to pay the tariffs. What can I say? It's just the way things are.
that makes America such an evil state that it is right now. So, according to the rest of the world, I don't think so. I think we're great. We're awesome. We're super. You know. Anything else going on the YouTube channel?
Well, I mean, every single week I interview a different independent creator on my show that's called Creative Chaos, and that is Thursdays at 9 p.m. Eastern. Come hang out. It's a really fun show. I've got a set format where we talk about the guests for the first half, and then we go into segments where they mansplain to me. We do Conspiracy Corner, and then we do a Flip City live read. I call it the branded section, where they get branded with the hot Flip City branding iron.
Yeah,
and then we all have a good laugh.
Nice. Yeah.
Cool.
Oh,
yep,
that's right.
I gotta go to the
And
dump
if you
now.
do order
I
a
need
subscription,
All right, thanks,
okay.
Kitty.
Oh,
All
yeah.
right.
Tell them on the other
See ya.
side, Mike. Drop your link. But yeah, I got to get out of here. Thank you again. I'll see you guys again in the future.
Later.
Bye.
Okay. All right. See you again later. And that was Kitty from Flip City Magazine. So
Woohoo.
awesome lady, fun lady. Love having her on. I gotta have her on. So
You should.
there you go.
Yeah, we had her on once during the other show. I remember we
really
did a
should.
read along. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. The Star Trek read along. That was awesome.
Yeah.
That was a long time ago. That was
Yeah,
like
it's
over a
good.
year ago. Oh my god.
I know, eh? But no, it's good to see her again. Good to see her.
Yeah.
Again, so.
Yeah. So let's see. Yeah. So talking comics, we're talking music. We're talking Transformers also. We're talking the shitty state of Sikh truck drivers in the UK and Canada. Which is always fun. We're finding out that we're getting lots of people from all over the world, which is awesome. So from America, from all the way all over the UK and Scotland, and let's see, one guy from the Netherlands. And hey, this is great. This is awesome. So I appreciate all of you guys coming on in and having fun. This is a typical Sunday draw stream, is what we're doing. So it's yeah, just a bunch of guys getting together and not literal just guys, but a bunch of people.
Still
and
13
we're
in the chat with X, by the way.
That's right. And all of you guys on X, thank you for joining on in. I appreciate all of you guys. Yeah, again, as we're just having fun and we're just drawing and doing the stuff that makes all of us happy. And just
Is Tom drawing?
Yeah, Tom, are you drawing?
Not yet.
Okay, fine.
I actually have a little sketch pad because if I come up with ideas, I sketch in it. Just if I have to come up, like, you know, I got to do. I'm working on my project. Oh, and by the way, my gimbal is getting replaced. That broke this week, so they're going to replace it for a new one.
Oh, really?
Oh, good.
Nice.
Yeah, I was going to film. I'm working on this new photography, videography, spoken word project. My friend, when I showed her my horror story, she said, "You should do this," and she told me, and I was like, "Really?" She's like, "Yeah, Tom, you're a creative mind. Just do it." Okay, so it sounds like a French film where it's very artistic, very mixed. But then I had an idea of telling the way of the story of how we're all going backwards as a human society, and I'm like, wait, I could do something with that. So I was actually going to film certain things, and then that's when that broke. But they're going to fix it, and I'm going to have to get a new tripod. But yeah, no, I'm going to work on that this week. And but I sometimes sketch things down. Like, I still like drawing occasionally. I'm not nearly as good as you guys, but like if I get an idea, I'll draw it down and like give me an idea, like a storyboard. If anybody's ever done storyboards in film, you have to do a storyboard and stuff sometimes. And I like doing it the old way. You draw your ideas and stuff down. So
yeah, that's
a great idea.
Fun.
No,
it's always good to have a sketchbook around.
Oh, definitely. I now, do you guys ever trace still? I have a tracing paper and I have a storyboard, and I actually want to make a light table out of an old television someday. That's my plan, because I sometimes just doing other things and stuff. But
I think was it last week?
We were talking about that.
Tables? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't do any tracing at all. I had one of my teachers was really into tracing, using tracing paper, I should say. Harvey Kurtzman. So he would use like layers and layers of tracing paper when he was doing like, specifically from what I remember, like Little Annie Fanny, which was a
I've heard of that.
Yeah, Playboy magazine. But yeah, Harvey Kurtzman, he would always use tracing paper. It was crazy. I think, because, I think when you start using tracing paper, and I wish I had a light box, but when you trace over a drawing, you kind of lose a certain amount of life when you initially just put the pencil or pen on paper. When we start tracing over that, I think you lose a lot of life in your line when you start using a lot of tracing paper or light box. And I had a friend of mine, and we were friends for many years, and he draws a syndicated famous comic strip. Yeah, he'll like pencil everything on a sheet of Bristol board, and then he'll take another sheet of Bristol board, put that on top of that on his light box, and then he would just ink over that. So, I mean, the good thing about that is that he doesn't have to erase the pencil line,
No.
Yeah, that's how he prefers to work, unlike me.
Actually, here's a good question for you, because I don't even know if we kind of covered that. What are your thoughts on learning to draw by tracing?
Oh,
I know some people will, they'll trace as they're learning how to draw, right?
Maybe body parts. Sometimes it's hard to draw feet or try to draw fingers or something. So I found actually tracing helped me. But yeah. But yeah, I'm curious, Al. What you
I don't think I ever did that. I mean, I remember copying a lot of artists' work, as a young artist, but I've never actually traced. Sorry, I'm just doing stuff in Photoshop. I never actually traced any artwork before. I don't think I have a problem with that if they're young artists and they're trying to learn how to draw and like how to, make these shapes if they're tracing over a figure. If they're young artists, I think that's fine. But I definitely copied people's artwork. Like I remember copying a lot of John Burns artwork, when I was in middle school and high school. And that helped out a lot. But yeah, I don't think it's a huge problem to trace if you're just learning. I think it's fine. As long as you're not saying it's your work, like, as long as you're not saying that, I did this all by myself.
No, exactly. Yeah. Like I had to do a project for college and, what? No, that threw me way off.
What kind of channel is this turning into?
Oh boy. What the hell?
I don't know.
I lost my train of thought. Give me a few moments. I'll stay quiet until I remember again.
You're welcome. You're welcome. You wouldn't necessarily call it, cheating per se, because if you kind of see it as an assist for somebody that's like, starting out, learning how to draw and stuff like that.
I think potentially, yeah. Why, you're not doing that, are you, Mike?
No, because what I did before, like, I just you come up with.
As learning, I guess that's fine. I've never really thought about it like that. But I clearly remember just copying other people's artwork. I would just copy, something from Bern Hogarth, from one of his anatomy books. I remember doing that in high school, and again, a lot of Bern stuff I would copy. I would look a lot at Terry Austin's inking and try to emulate that line with like a calligraphy marker, just to do that thin and thick, just before I even actually started using nibs and brushes. I think I don't have anything really essentially against that. I think if you're an adult and you're working in comics or whatever, and you're tracing someone's artwork and saying it's your own work, which we have seen in comics, I think that's quite terrible.
Oh yeah, no, 100%. There's because here's the weird thing is that you end up, and I've seen this with a few artists. Hold on here. I don't know. There was one particular artist that I think was doing like Fantastic Four, and I forget what the guy's name was, but it was found out he was essentially taking what was it? He was taking pictures from, I think, like fashion magazines, just like from magazines all around. Yeah. And he was tracing basically like the ladies' faces and stuff like that, and he was like found out about it. And oh boy, and that caused quite a stir. Jeez. And I'm like, really? Then, and I'm just wondering, how does this guy end up getting hired in the first place? That's what.
Well, he's probably been doing it his whole career and probably had stuff like that in his portfolio, and you had editors that just didn't see it. But it's easy to get away with doing stuff like that, especially with Photoshop.
Oh God, yeah.
Which concerns me. I mean, which could lead to the topic of discussing AI. But if you take somebody's photograph or illustration and open it up in Photoshop and put it through a filter and claiming it's your own, that's stealing and it's lying. So you ought not to be doing it.
No, you definitely don't want to be doing that. It's just scummy.
But I do remember that, Mike. I'm sure it was Marvel. I can't remember who it was.
I can't remember either. I know it was like with the Ultimates verse, basically when Marvel was doing like the Ultimates,
right?
And it was Ultimate Fantastic Four, and I was going through them because they were doing this this Galactus storyline where for some odd reason Galactus was like, I don't know, a bunch of drones or something. It was like really weird, and I was flipping through them, and it was just something about the way the guy was drawing Sue Storm. It just looked, like what you were saying. It looked kind of lifeless, It's like that little bit of, I suppose you could say, drawing spark, just was not there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so something seemed off, and so I really didn't think of it for quite a while, and then the news came out that this particular artist, he was like essentially tracing all this time, and and found the particular magazines that he was drawing from, and essentially got caught. And I'm like, wow, that's dang,
that's terrible.
Yeah.
I know there are some artists that will swipe a panel and put it in their own work. If it's done as an homage and they give credit to doing that out of respect, I think that's fine. But I've seen other artists just swipe stuff, and it's just like, and they don't. And I think they're fans of the original artist's work, but they don't acknowledge it, And there's a couple of people I'm thinking of right now, which I'm not going to name, but I mean, I've done like covers. I did one cover that was an homage to the Batman versus Hulk cover for that Treasury edition that came out in the early 80s.
Oh, yeah.
I replaced it with different characters, Nemish Man and a couple other characters, Batmite, that sort of thing. But I said, I can't how after Luis Garcia Lopez originally drew that cover. But if you give credit and it's clearly an homage, I think that's fine.
Yeah, because I mean, at least you're always putting, like most artists will put, after, after so and so, right? So
exactly. Apologies, respect to, absolutely, yeah.
Exactly, because that way, then you can't say, oh, well, he's just copying from somebody else. Oh my gosh,
sure.
No, it's because there is a, how should I put it, like a sign of respect, to to the artists that came before that you do that kind of stuff. And you know, you don't want to get caught with your proverbial pants down, so to speak. So
well, I remember like in the 80s there was that photo. It was a cover, I can't remember, it was like Time Magazine or Life or Entertainment Weekly. It was the photo of Demi Moore when she was pregnant.
Oh yeah, I remember that one. Yeah,
she's
how could I forget?
Without clothes on this cover. And then John Byrne made an homage to that as a cover for She-Hulk.
Yeah,
and it was She-Hulk, and She-Hulk was holding a beach ball on her belly.
Yeah,
like stuff like that. You know, I mean, you clearly know it's like out of respect. You know,
exactly.
And in the case of the John Byrne She-Hulk cover, that was kind of cool.
It was a little cheesy.
Yeah, it was.
Or she's. Yeah, it was. Yeah, exactly. Right.
Okay. I sent you something to Facebook. It's to do with everything you're talking about. You guys can give your opinion. Have you ever listened to the band The Prodigy? Anybody?
Yes.
Nope.
They did the album The Fat of the Land. Well, there's an inlay. There's this drawing. It was a very alternative artist rendition of the entire band. And I had to do a project where you had to do in art class when I was taking graphic design, if taking different mediums. One was like charcoal, one was pointillism, the other one was using like I forget what kind of. I think it was using not gouache, different types of mediums. And then I drew this. Now I copied it. I didn't trace it. I copied it. So it's a copy of the inlay from the Fat of the Land album. So, and I was told it was pretty close to the original. It was just freehand, just playing around with it. And if anybody knows the album cover I'm talking about, it's just, that was me just having fun. I really like the cover. It's an alternate look. Like I said, if you want to take a look at it and stuff, and that's just what I did of the band. It's the band, The Prodigy. This is the inlay from that album cover. It's more of an alternative version of the one. It's very, different looking, but that was just me having fun.
So this was a college project?
Yeah. Just using different mediums. And one project, I used 4 different mediums for this. One was like watercolor, pencil crayons. One was pointillism with, I think it was gouache. Okay. The other was pastels. And I forget what the third one was. Or the fourth one was. So that was fun.
Okay, let me bring it up. And
what kind of grade did you
for the whole world to enjoy?
I forget the grade. I know they really liked it. I don't know if it was but they really liked it.
Let me have a look here. Do. There we go.
And you can look at the original to compare if you want to see if I did okay or not. But yeah.
So are you asking if we think that's okay or not?
Yeah. I don't know. Just 2 guys that are actual artists, and it's like I haven't drawn in a while and stuff. I just used to have fun. So just show them what I do.
As we wait on Mike, I had.
Is it going to come up?
Like when I was in college.
Yeah, sorry.
Year, we did the same exact thing that you were talking about.
Yeah, it's just trying different mediums to play with different stuff.
We had like I think we worked on a canvas or a or something.
This was actually, what was it? Just Bristol board, I think it was, whatever.
Oh, Bristol. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So what are we looking at?
It's like awfully laggy. There we go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, if anybody looks at the inlay, the Fat of the Land album, there's the Fat of the Land album called by The Prodigy. And this is on the inside of the album. You can take a look at the original one on the inside. And that's like 4 different, there's like, one is done with charcoal, I think, or like maybe whatever. The other one is pointillism. One is done with like watercolored, pencil crayon watercolor, and I forget what the fourth medium was. And that's, I have it separated with those lines of the different ways it was done, and just playing different mediums with that image, and just drew it freehand and had fun with it. So
I like that.
Well, if you look, you'd have to look at the original inside the album to compare. But that's my copy from the original.
Yeah.
The album. It's very alternative drawing of the guys. So like Clint in the front and stuff. And I was a big Prodigy fan too. So
the early art of his artillery. Oh man, I like that. No, dude. Yeah, I know what album you're talking about from Prodigy.
Yeah, Fat of the Land. It's on
this is pretty cool.
It's on the inlay, so I had fun with it. So that took like a few days though, because I was like, what medium should I use for this? What medium should I use for this? And I finally, came up with the 4 different ones. So pointillism is a pain in the butt, by the way. Just using tiny little dots of paint. It's like, oh, that takes forever to do pointillism.
Why were you instructed to do that?
I chose to, because they said just take 4 different mediums that you like playing with. This is before I really started playing with Sumi ink. Eventually, the year later, I started with Sumi ink. Then I get obsessed. I love Sumi ink. But pointillism was fun. It's meticulous and slow as hell. That's the first top middle part. Pointillism, but it takes forever. You got to put little dots and little dots. But there were some great painters that actually did pointillism, which is like wow. But it takes forever to do.
Like
tiny little. Oh god, I can't think of any right now because I forget my college years. I'm old, but there was a lot of like old painters of the old days that used to do pointillism and stuff. I was like, wow, that I would not have done that. No, it was fun to try, but not my cup of tea. I'll do strokes and stuff when it comes to painting, not pointillism. No, that took.
Yeah, I had my freshman year of college in our 6-hour painting class. One of my buddies, that's how he painted with oil paints. He would just put little dots on the canvas with the oil paints.
And pointillism. Yeah, it's a pain in the butt to do.
Oh, it was insane. And that's how he drew with a pencil.
Oh, wow.
Our painting instructor was Bert Hasten, fantastic painter. And he scolded my buddy for doing why are you painting like that? It's like that's not a very efficient way to actually, especially using oil paint where you could just bleed everything together. So very
the most amazing artist. I can't picture who it was because there's the Lord Beaverbrook Gallery that was down the street from our college. They actually have an actual original Salvador Dali down there too. It's the one on the horse with the crosses in the sky and the horses. I forget the name of it. It's an original Salvador Dali. You can go see it. I used to stare at that one every time I went there. It was a beautiful painting. But one week they had this display of this guy that just did pencil, and I swear it was a photograph. He even did the sweat on the brow, but it was all done in pencil. It was a drawing. I'm like, that can't be a drawing. That has to be a photo. No, it was pencil. I'm like, holy crap, that's scary. It looked human. It looked like, I was like, wow. Like even the sweat of the brow and then the every follicle, and it looked like a photograph, but it was all done with pencil. I'm like, holy crap. Just one of the best things I've ever seen when it comes to penciling. It's like, wow, I didn't think that could be done, but it looked like a photograph. I can't think of the artist right now, but it blew my mind. It was like, wow, this is amazing.
A black and white photograph.
Yeah, black and white, but it was done in pencil. It wasn't a photograph. It was just a pencil drawing, but it was just, wow. It was like, holy crap. I didn't think somebody could draw to where it looks like a photograph. You know what I mean? It looks like a black and white photograph, but it was actually a pencil drawing. Like,
and I imagine it looked like he spent like hours and hours on it.
Oh gosh, yeah. It looked so that would have taken forever, but it was beautiful. It was like, it doesn't look like a drawing, but it was. It was like, holy gee.
Yeah, that's the freaky thing about it. If somebody when somebody can draw that good, that's like, wow, that's like super advanced to me. Like,
I sat there. There was a whole bunch of works like that, and I was there for a couple hours admiring it because that work just blew me away. And like, as a photographer, I'm like, that has to be a photograph. Nope, that was pencil drawing. So, just you don't see stuff like that every day. It's like, wow.
And I imagine he was working from a model or from a photograph.
Probably, I'm guessing so. But just to see, I even studied it, like the texture. You could see the follicles in the skin. It looked like skin, but no, that was just the shading of the different pencils he was using, as you would know, the different types, and just it looked so just. Oh my gosh, I could go on about it. Just so I wish I remembered the artist name because I'd look him up, but yeah, it was amazing, just so amazing. It's like wow.
There are these artists that have a very sort of realistic art style.
Yeah.
I remember Scott McCloud. I think was it in Reinventing Comics? It was either Understanding Comics or Reinventing Comics. Like he was taking various different comic book artists and he's putting them in various different groups.
Oh yes, yeah, I know what you're talking about now.
Yeah, so yeah. I think what Tom is using Scott McCloud language. I think what Tom was saying, like this particular illustrator is more of a classicist. So you have
Yes.
that group of like the Hal Fosters, the Alex Raymonds, the Al Williamsons, maybe like the Neil Adams, who had very realistic art styles.
And
which I'm not one of these guys. Like, yeah, I'm not in that group, nor am I on that level of craftsmanship.
But it's just breathtaking to watch, and like I don't think anybody in our school was. We were just like, I would sit there for hours, and just it's breathtaking. I'm like, wow, just that's art. You can appreciate that just for the workmanship and just of how, just the detail. Just I get, like I said, I'm goosebumps thinking about how amazing it was to this day. It's like, yeah.
Well, I mean, they're like Norman Rockwell. Like I'll put him in that group as well.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah,
very
for sure.
realistic painter, beautiful artwork, but even though I like, Norman Rockwell, for example, like I said, I love looking at his work, and it sort of inspires me to draw, but it doesn't inspire me to draw the way he draws.
No.
Right? Yeah. Okay.
Well, everybody has their own unique style. That's what I like about art. Is everybody has a different style out there. From, like I said, my two favorites were Geiger, which is very different than Dolly, which is another favorite of mine. The very two unique styles they each had. So, but yet still brilliant in their own right, each of them.
Yeah, it's. I find it both amazing and yet I don't want to say confusing. It's not really confusing per se. It's kind of like a mystery, right? Where we can learn to draw in or paint, depending on which one you kind of start out with. But it's like you can kind of say, I suppose, the majority of people kind of start out the same way. It's all about drawing shapes, right?
Yeah.
But where so many people end up taking it is so varied that it just kind of makes you wonder, like, how they ended up at that particular spot where they are drawing in a certain style, or how did they arrive at painting a certain way, right? And I've always found it very curious. So it's like I mean, there's a difference between like Dali and Goya, or a huge difference between let's say Ditko and Kirby, but I mean, when you're starting out, you just learn by just trying to process the shapes of your environment around you, how to figure out how to draw a head, or how to draw I don't know, like something simple like a ball or box or something like that.
Yeah.
And then you could take two different people that start out probably relatively the same way, and yet they end up in totally different kind of styles. I just find it very amazing.
And some people's styles change over time too. I'll give an example. A gentleman of mine from St. John, like I think we mentioned before. I mentioned the General Hospital. You remember that place? It used to have all the spray paintings. It died. The hospital was shut down. And it was becoming dilapidated. So some friends used to go and spray paint in the building. They had nice artwork though. They go in, of course, after hours when nobody. But he became a really well-known artist. And his name is Patrick Byers, 101 Studios. And he ended up getting his work showcased at the Geiger Museum, and I think it was in Switzerland, back when Geiger was still alive. He actually got to meet him, which is kind of cool. And now it's Patrick Byers. I think he lives in Calgary himself now. He went out west too. He kind of does paintings. He does sculptures now. Very talented artist. Like his style changed over the years. He used to be more of the Geiger style. Now it's more of different art. He's changed his style over the years, and it's very different now. Now he still has his very dark artwork and his doodles. Of course, a separate page he does like that, He's been in Heavy Metal magazine. He's got his work showcased with them a few times, and what have you. But I mean, his artwork is more African Prince type thing. He changed his style, and that's why I noticed is some artists will just change their, like artists in general. They're just, let's try something new. He did to keep himself keeping fresh. So it's kind of cool.
Well, yeah, and some artists do. Like, we've mentioned, Mike and I think, had mentioned Mobius, Jean Giraud. Like, he consciously wanted to do different art styles and use different names. I mean, that's where the name Mobius came from. He totally drastically changed his art style and credited it with a different name. But I think as artists grow and they're influenced by and see other artists' work, styles do change.
Yeah.
And I think it's what Mike was saying about, when you're creating a drawing and you have an underdrawing where you're just using shapes just to put the body in the right proportion, I think is always a good thing. But I think what Mike was saying, like, a lot of artists do that, but their final work doesn't necessarily all look the same.
No.
Right. And it's weird too. It's just that, because Tom was saying how like he went to art school and he was really influenced by different artists. I think comic book folk. There are a lot of different comic book artists that I could say that I really, really like. But I think it only happened when I went to art school, where I was discovering artists that weren't who were not comic book artists, but were still like fantastic artists who actually did influence my art style. So if you want to draw manga or comics or whatever, I think, and appreciating those artists, but you should look into other artists as well, like outside of that field.
Oh yeah, no, totally.
Exactly. Yeah.
Because like I do not like the so-called modern art. I don't like. Well, this might upset some people. Like, I never got into Van Gogh. I never got into Picasso. I never really liked their work. And however, one modern artist whose work I do like, I can't explain why I like his art, is Jackson Pollock. Like, I love Jackson Pollock's work.
Really?
It goes against everything that I like about art, with his drip painting.
Yeah.
I don't know. I imagine there's a certain amount of craft in his work, but his artwork doesn't really say anything. I don't think. I imagine it instills a certain emotional reaction when you look at his work, I suppose. But and I can't explain why I love his stuff. I just look at it. I just aesthetically find it pleasing to look at Jackson Pollock's paintings and enjoy it, but I don't know why.
Yeah, it just is. It's not. So because I'm always used to, like what this Canadian professor said like ages ago, right? Like the what is it? The media is the message, right? But there's something about his work. It's, I don't know. I can't categorize it as it's trying to convey a type of message. It doesn't. It just is. It just exists, right? It's just there, and you can stare at it for hours on end, and part of you wants to figure it out, but part of you doesn't want to figure it out. Part of you just wants to stare at it, which is weird, right? Because for me, I don't know, Al, if you might be the same way or something like that, but part of you wants to, how should I put it? You want to kind of get into the artist's head, like what were they thinking? Yeah, what were they thinking when they were doing this? And because you want to figure out, what is the message behind all of this, and sometimes there isn't any. And you know what? And I suppose maybe that's just the great thing about it. Sometimes there shouldn't be. Maybe that just sounds weird for me to say because because in one way it doesn't make sense, but in the other way it makes complete sense.
Well, have you guys ever followed street artists then? Like, I'll bring two names up that just come to mind: Invader and Banksy. Banksy being the most famous of them all, street art. I mean, he's an amazing artist. He's made pieces of art that are worth millions. But he's nobody knows who he is too. Nobody knows who Banksy is. He's kept his identity hidden all these years. Some of it's good, some of it's like but he tries to tell. Some of them do tell political stories. Some of them just do it for whatever. But I've always been fascinated with street artists. As a photographer, I like doing street shooting and telling the images of the people of the day, like in a city market or something, or what's going on in the daily life. But they kind of throw chaos into that daily life, being street artists. I notice they throw chaos into the daily life of the world. And it's kind of interesting sometimes, I find.
Well, here's a couple of things. One is there was a wonderful movie called Pollock about Jackson Pollock, starring Ed Harris. Right. I would recommend that movie. It gets a little dark because Jackson Pollock, he drank and he got angry, but it showed how he actually came up with that accidentally, that dip painting way of creating art. Right. The thing where I was still saying how I don't know why I like Jackson Pollock's work and it goes against everything that I see as art. Because I do think that, and this is very pretentious. This is a very pretentious conversation. But I taught intro to art when I was teaching. Right. And a lot of the students that took the class weren't necessarily artists. It was part of a requirement. But I had to have this conversation about what is art. So I would ask that question, like, what do you guys think is art? And I would have different art books, Andrew Loomis, Jackson Pollock, Norman Rockwell, these guys, and I would ask them if they thought that was art. And then I would just ask them what their definition of art is. But I think it's broad. I think it depends on the person, perhaps. So, but for me, I think art should say something and should have a message in it. But Jackson Pollock's work, to me, doesn't say anything, but I still love it. And I can't explain why I love his artwork. And it goes against everything that I see as art being art. Another thing is, like Tom was talking about street artists.
Yeah, it's
weird. It's a very weird dichotomy.
It's weird. I can't explain it. In the 1980s, there was a painter, an artist by the name of Keith Haring, New York City. Yeah, if you ever saw his art, I think you would recognize it. He was quite famous in the 1980s, and he was like, his stuff was like, the subways on the streets, that sort of thing. But I saw some of his artwork at the Whitney in Manhattan, and
nice.
Well, I didn't like it, but that's just me.
Bill says, I don't know who. I don't know. Because I know that Simon Furman came out with, I thought, and he appeared several different places in the Marvel Universe, but I'm trying to remember who that artist was, because I didn't mind some of his artwork later on. Bill also says, Giger did adult body part HR. I was meaning, no, I get it. It's Giger does a lot of.
Geiger was different. Geiger was dark, but a little bit erotic. He had a lot of erotic stuff too. He was very erotic in some of his work too. He had a lot of undertones of that in some of his work, but some of it was very dark. So yeah.
Let's see, Herring, the Meineken guy.
I
don't know what you mean by that.
I don't know what Meineken is. Yeah, Keith Haring. Yeah, so Keith Haring, it looked like cartoon.
Oh, okay, Keith Haring. Yeah.
Now, I got this heavy book that my adult, back in high school, this is where I really started discovering where I wanted to do with photography, art, and everything. My teacher, Peter Salmon, he was from Wales. He was originally from Wales. I kept in touch with him when he left high school, when he teaching, and he just taught individually in his own studio. He always used this book to teach from, called The Great Masters. Guido, Botticelli, Leonardo, Raphael, Michelangelo, and Titian.
The Ninja Turtles.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Some of the great painters. It's a thick book of beautiful art, and some of the the greatest paintings of history. And I learned from this book. So I ended up buying. He gave me this actually. It's a heavy book. You can knock somebody out with this sucker. It's a massive book, but it's some of the beautiful, and that's what he used to teach back in high school. And he inspired me, and I kept in touch with him. And he actually he passed away a few years ago, but I mean he did a lot of. He ended up retiring from teaching. He didn't like the system, and he would just do independent art. But he's seeing something in me. I was a troublemaker in high school, and he said, "Get your ass together and do because you got something." He's seen something in me. So, and then that's why I went, many years later, went to art college, take design, and then I decided photography is what I meant to do. So, but the classics, the classics. That's some of the original artists I learned with when I was, in high school at the time. And just it's amazing. Some of the beautiful art.
What did I just do here? There we go.
You flipped it upside. Wait, now
I did. Okay, there we go.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yay.
How did that happen? I don't know what.
I don't know.
You flipped it horizontally.
I did.
You hit the buttons. You're hitting the buttons. Press the buttons.
Yeah, right. Yeah, no. I suppose that's kind of how I got. I don't want to say got exposed to art. It just to me that sounds kind of silly because we're always exposed to art everywhere.
On a daily basis in life. Yeah.
Oh yeah, totally. No, because the way I see it, and entirely from a graphic design point of view, everything is art. Every soup can label, every advertisement that's on the street, it's all, at least to me, it's a form of art. It's a form of design, right? And to me, design is art. It's formulated. I suppose you could say design in a way from a graphic design perspective. It's formulated art. And by that, I mean, like, if you're creating a type of advertisement or something along those lines, there is a certain type of, how should I put it? A certain type of structure, to as to how you're designing, the product for a client. Things have to be in certain ways. You shouldn't be using more than 2 different types of fonts. Blah blah blah. Oh yeah, I know. I know the rules. I hate the rules sometimes.
How many times do you give a client a chance to change something if they're not happy?
Oh yeah, I know. And you know what? And oh my god, and I hate that I set that rule for myself because I'll give them a price, right?
Yeah.
And oh my god, and I hate that I'm going to be saying this now because sometimes I rethink what I've been doing over the years, because I'll say something like let's say for a rough example, doing a logo, you get like 5 different file formats, and it's like $300, right? For example, right?
Yeah.
And and I'll keep on doing the work until it's right for you and you like it as a client. And
oh boy.
Yeah, blah blah blah, right? And I'll keep on telling him, like, I know like some graphic designers will like charge you X amount of dollars after 3, maybe 4, maybe 5 different revisions or something like that. And I'll tell them just to get the client, right? Well, I'm not like that. I just keep on doing it until you're happy, right? Because I just want the client. I just want to earn the income. I know, and I can hear it in your voice as you're laughing right now because yeah.
I know. I've had it 10 times later. Are you
exactly.
Happy with this? But let's change this Pantone. Let's change this guy.
Right, right. And I know, right?
Well,
and I'm like,
are they just minor fixes?
Oh, sometimes.
But it's sometimes. Oh, wait. Maybe I'll do this as like they don't know what they want half the time.
No, exactly. No, they don't. They have no idea. And some of them are quite good. Some of them are quite good. And they'll be like, no, you know what? Actually, this is great. This is perfect. I like what you've done. Other other clients, and because I've had this happen, and I've actually had this happen this year, where I did a video for a lady.
Don't bring that up.
Oh no, I'm bringing it up. I'm bringing it up. Oh no, I'm bringing it up. I did this video for a lady, right? And she's just going on, oh, I'm just this nice Christian woman, blah, 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 blah. And she had a relative that passed away, right? Which is sad, right? It is a sad thing, obviously. But at the last moment, she wanted like a tribute video done, right? Because she was going to, I think it was like Nanaimo Island, Vancouver Island to Nanaimo, or something like that, right over in British Columbia, and she was going to leave. It was like that night or very, very early in the morning, and so she gave me like about maybe 3 songs and a whole buttload of pictures that she wanted in this tribute video, right? So I put it all together. And there was like, and I told her, wow, this is like a lot of work that to make a tribute video, in the short amount of time. You're gonna have to give me just a little bit longer, and I'll be able to get it done tonight. Not a problem. Well, I mean, I can pay you more because you're putting so much work into it. And it's like, well, hey, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. And there was one little mistake, and I had to redo it. Redo the video again, which was not a problem. And so she's texting me, and I can show you the text. I can, because me, I always show the receipts, right? She sent me the text. Oh no, the video is great. And thank you very much for doing this. It's and everybody at the wake, they liked it, how it was put together, and I didn't expect anything like super professional, and I know this was like a rush job at the last minute kind of thing, but I do appreciate you doing it. And what she ended up doing is she put a review on Google saying, yeah, this is nothing that I asked for, and the person didn't even listen to what I was saying, like a very mean review. And I'm like, you nasty person.
No, she's got issues.
Yeah, I know she has issues. Anyway, so but even if you do everything that they ask for, some people are just backbiters like that.
Yeah.
And I hate that.
Can you put in a request to have that review deleted?
I probably can.
All right. Here's my advice.
Okay.
This is actually, part of this is what Neil Adams used to say. So Neil Adams would say, in regards, I think he was mostly talking about doing graphic design work. He would talk with a client, and then he would realize how much would he want to do this job. And Neil's advice would be, you figure out how much you want for this job and then double it. And then you tell them how much you want to get paid. So let's say, they want me to do this design. I would like to get $100 from it, but I'll double it, and I'll tell them it's going to cost them $200 to do.
Yeah.
Some cases, the client would say, well, all right, that's fine. And then now you just doubled your income. So that's good.
Yeah.
Sometimes the client will say, well, we weren't thinking of paying that much. And then you negotiate a lower price, and you would say, well, I like you guys. I want to do the work, but how about $150? So if they agree to that, then what happens is that you still make more than you thought you would want to make.
Right.
This guy feels better because he talked you down in your price.
Right.
And then everybody's happy.
Yeah.
The problem occurs usually in work made for hire and graphic design is that when the client asks for changes.
I know.
The way the comic book industry works, usually, from my experience specifically, and this only happened at Marvel, where they wanted a change on a Spider-Man cover.
Right.
And it was just redrawing and re-inking Spider-Man's head because they thought his eyes were too big. And I think I told Mike this story before. But in my contract, it states that if there's any changes, then what happens is that they just pay me more money, which is the equivalent to the original half of the original page rate. So I think discussing that, changes to any of your work, you would have to work that out, because otherwise they'll just keep coming after you. Change this, change that.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Now I've never had a problem where, because all the work made for hire contracts I've signed at, with Marvel, DC, Archie, Warp Graphics, whomever, even like in an animation, I've never had a problem where they didn't like the work. That's never happened to me. So that's been very happy. That's always made me very happy. But yeah, the Spider-Man cover, yeah, they just didn't like how the eyes look too big, although they probably should have pointed that out to the penciler at that point when the cover was being penciled. But yeah, I was happy. I went to the Marvel offices. I brought my ink and my brushes, and I just made the change there in the Marvel bullpen. I got paid, half the cover price just making the change, and then went on my merry way. Sweet. So, but the point being is like, yeah, when you're working with clients, because they aren't artists, like Mike says, and they really don't know what they really want, or they might envision one thing and then they get something that's not what they envision. So you got to create some sort of dialogue, I suppose, in case they do request any changes and how much that would cost them.
Yeah, no, totally. They're Al, solid black.
That is the best thing you've ever drawn. I think that looks, dude. That looks so. Wait. Listen, I wasn't saying it to be.
Wait.
Oh, that was.
No, I know.
You got to cross that.
Yeah, I was gonna say open line. Yeah,
yeah.
I think I like that. I think that looks. But that's just me.
So, no, and I'm with Al. It actually stands out better.
It does.
Yeah, it does.
Okay, let's.
Like there is a place for hatching and there is a place for cross hatching. I totally get that.
Yeah.
But yeah, deep shadows like that, yeah, I think would work better as a spotting flags.
See, that's why I'm learning. And you guys
that's
can
what
see
this
the
channel
progress.
is about.
Exactly.
Yeah. Do as Al says.
Yes, exactly.
Yes, all right, excellent. I like you guys now.
Yes.
All right, I got another story for you. And I think I told this story to Mike when he first interviewed me.
All right.
So when I was working at Sesame Street, I was an animator. And one of my fellow animators, she went to RISD, the Rhode Island School of Design. Right. And she had a teacher there who wrote a book called Believing is Seeing. And it was all about abstract art. And what does abstract art really mean? And I read the book and I sort of liked it, I guess, but I don't like abstract art. And I understand what they were saying, what the author was saying in this book, her teacher. I just didn't agree with it. And this conversation started because, we're doing animation for the TV show, the Sesame Street TV show. We're doing animation and creating all the CD-ROM games. So I was also working on a self-published comic, the first one I ever worked on, and this is with some friends of mine at the time.
Right.
And the fellow animator, can't remember her name right now, but she came to me and she whispered to me, and because we're talking about like the artwork we're doing there for Sesame Street, and she said, "You know how this isn't art."
Oh, really?
And I was like, yeah. She said, "This is not art." And then she explained to me what is art, or what she thought is art. So we had this conversation. And then I'm like, well, I'll get into what she said. But Jenna, well, I shouldn't say her last name, but her first name was Jenna. And then I'm like, well, I'm working on a comic. Like, is that art? And then she said that is art because you're saying something. But she was saying all this animation we're doing with the Muppets and all that sort of stuff in Sesame Street is not art because it's commercial. And it's not really saying anything.
Oh,
and
whatever.
Okay.
Sorry. Yeah.
It's very possibly a very pretentious conversation. Like whenever you get into the whole thing, like what is art? Like, it's really kind of crazy stuff.
Okay. One sec. Okay. Because I just want to say hi to China Miller. I haven't seen you in forever. So hi, China. Missed you guys, missed your show so much. She says, missed you too. I haven't seen you in a long time. So glad that you can drop by and say hi. Yeah, we're doing some awesome stuff here. So great
great that you can drop by. And she just says, yeah, the line work is very nice. Can't wait to see the zoom out. Is this anime? Well, it's manga. Anime is the animation. manga is the comic form. So that's how it goes. So let's see. The collector says, yeah, deep shadows and fat outlines, old school at best. Thanks, dude. I appreciate that. I really appreciate that. So China, okay, yeah, yes, you're totally 100% in the highlights. Of course you are. So because I like to try to welcome everybody, because I'm looking at a different screen. I got my TV actually on. That's that. So I'm trying to look up as much as possible to see who's chatting and stuff like that. So I haven't seen you in a long time. And yeah, so we're having this show on Sundays. So I plan on doing a comic. I'm planning on doing like Japanese manga style, and because you haven't been here in so long, I think it's been over a year. We got my trusty sidekick Tom, our techno sapien geek Tom, and we got Al Nickerson, who's done work in Marvel and DC and Archie and Nickelodeon and Sesame Street and MTV and all that kind of stuff. So I'm drawing to practice up my artwork, and we're just yapping, we're just telling stories, and we're just having fun. So welcome back. I appreciate that. So.
All right.
Anyway, sorry, Al.
So Jenna's view.
Continue. So what is art? Yes.
Right. She was also a gallery artist. So she would do pencil drawings, and they would appear in galleries. And her subject matter at the time was dark matter, and how she perceived what dark matter was through illustration. But her view of art is like specifically things that you might see in a museum. That's created not necessarily for commerce, but it's just, well, this is my words, but a form of self-expression.
Right.
So I was like, well, one, I don't like modern art. So my example was, well, what if you took a toilet and you painted the toilet purple with yellow polka dots, and then you put it in a museum or a gallery? Does that make that art? And she said, yes. And I said, why? She said, because when it's in a museum or a gallery and it's looked at as art, it's also looked at somehow differently because it's in a museum and on display. So that makes it art. Right.
Oh my God.
Right. So that's, now again, I can say what I think art is, and I think art should take a certain amount of craft and should say something, but that's just my opinion.
Yes.
I don't think everything that's in a museum, like a toilet bowl covered, in purple paint with yellow polka dots, makes it art just because it's in a museum.
No, exactly.
So we had a wonderful conversation about this, and her teacher's book, Believing is Seeing, where it sort of explains abstract art.
Right.
It explains abstract art, if I can recall correctly, that it's just paintings where it's looking at people, for example, in a 2-dimension or a 4th dimension environment, and that's why they look kind of funky, and that's what makes it art. I don't know what Tom thinks about that, but that sounds weird.
Should I speak? Oh yeah.
Go ahead.
Take it away, Tom.
That's like watching these artists. A guy, he stacks some buckets on top of each other. He knocks it out, and the sand falls out, and that's art. And people are like, "Wow, that's beautiful." Like, no, it's stupid. It's performative, just idioticracy. Like, no, art in general doesn't have to be in a museum to be art. It's art is what's the word I'm looking for? It's subjective. It's depending on the individual. It's what you see in your visual, because art can be music too, but that's a totally different. Let's not go break that down there. Sure. But if we're talking about visual art, it's depending on the individual of what grasps you, what makes you feel it. I believe you have to feel the art to really admire it. I can look at something in a wall. I can look at a comic. I can look at something that goes, if it really moves me, I'm like, wow, that's beautiful. Like I was mentioning earlier, those pencil drawings that look photographic. As a photographer, I thought, oh, well, there's a beautiful photograph. Oh, they're pencil drawings. What? And then I sat there for like an hour and they're like just admiring it because I'm like, I was so blown away. To me, but it doesn't have to be in a studio. It can be on like I said, my friend was a spray painter. Not that it was all legal and stuff, but it was back. He became a famous artist, and does his own thing. But at the time, it was art. to me, art is just subjective. It really is. It doesn't have to be in a studio. That, as you were saying, pretentious. That's pretentious to make that statement to whomever that. I'm sorry. I'm just my opinion. It doesn't. It shouldn't have to be laid out in a studio. And I love going to art. I actually forgot to go to the gallery. There was a gallery hop they have here once in a while, and you go to the gallery hop and look at the guy. I always like seeing new artists and stuff once in a while, but it shouldn't have to be in a studio. I like a good spray painting. I'm from the generation breakdancing in the 80s. People would spray paint and tag and different things. And sometimes you see beautiful artwork on the side of a train or in the wall or something, and it's beautiful art. And just some of these people I look at like, look at it's performative art. It's beautiful. It's a stick on a wall, painted to the wall. There's actually a commercial. Exactly. It was done with Chris Pratt and Chris Hemsworth. And somebody had a banana taped to the wall. Where's that? I was hungry. That was like $100,000 art piece or $1 million. And then the curator comes in. It was quite funny, but it's stupid. It was like, it's a banana taped to a wall. That's not art. You know what I mean? Like, what?
Yeah, I was going to bring up the banana thing. Yeah, but people would say that is art because it's in a museum.
Yeah, or like a painting with a red dot in the middle of a blank canvas. Like, that's actually real. You know,
yes.
It sold for how many million? $1 million or something?
I think it was like, I don't know. It was like maybe 10 million or something like that. I know it was
for
like
a red dot on a white canvas.
Like the Japanese flag.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
just basically copied the Japanese flag. Yeah.
I was like, what? No, it's art. It's beautiful. And I'm like, well, okay. But anyway, it's just yeah. To me, art should move you. Something that moves you and makes you and it doesn't have to necessarily tell a story. It's just an image that can, you know, if we're talking the visual arts, it's a visual that moves you. As a photographer, I like to see something. I'll look at the clouds and like, oh my gosh, I like the cloud. Like I was actually discussing this recently. When I take a photograph, I like using, there's a beautiful, the way the sun's laying down, but look at the clouds, the way the clouds are laying in the sky too. I try to, I from the days of where I learned to take photographs with a film camera. So you had to be careful of what you're taking picture because that costs money using film. Nowadays, people can just snap shots. They're not paying attention to the image, composition, or anything. They're just here snapping a bunch of shots, and I'll pick the best out of them. That's lazy photography. I'm sorry, that is, in my opinion.
Actually, yes, and thank you for saying that. I appreciate that. Yeah.
No, I mean, to me, I learned with film. So you have to learn to compose your shot before taking the picture. You know, sometimes, the lighting that doesn't look right. Or that, I like the way the sky is shaped and the lighting and the imagery. And then, you know, like just to me, it's just what catches my eye and what, wow, just the scene, or the way the clouds are grouping in the sky. It looks beautiful. And it's just, that's something, you know, to me, it's just what catches your eye and what you feel at the moment. So I know that was overblown and drawn, but yeah, that's
I was very interested in hearing what you had to say.
No, not really.
So, but yeah, I get a kick out when people say stuff like that. And I watch these artists and then like, that's art. You just shoveled a piece of dirt to one side of the room to the other. That's a beautiful art. No, it's not. It's stupid. But people are clapping and it's a gallery. No, it's stupid. It's dumb. Stop it. It's not art.
Exactly.
Don't.
No, it is. It's not. I don't know how else to put it. It feels like it's become an industry that needs to support itself. So therefore, because they're the bastions of what true art is and everything, that they have to make up. How should I put it? Because I want to word this correctly. It's like they are trying to find new ways of what they can call art. Yeah. You know, because I mean, I've seen, and we've all seen it. Like we've seen piles of garbage, you know, just dumped in a museum or an art gallery, and it's like, and they call it art, and it's like, why? What? I don't get it. It's like I'm thinking to myself, maybe it's just me, but I don't get it. And then I have to, you know, take a step back, and it's like, no, you know what? I do get it. This is pure and utter crap. You know, this is not art whatsoever. It's It's just, and again, excuse the language, but it's just basically shit. So, because it is, it's
beauty is in the eye of the beholder. It depends on who you're looking at and who's looking at it and what it makes you feel. That's what I always say.
Yeah,
and we're also, I think we all enjoy certain things. We were talking about music and bands before.
Yeah.
And so we all have different tastes. But I think at least the three of us realize we have a certain standard of what we think art is, and whether it's just, just because it's in a museum, and it could be potentially something very trivial and takes no talent to create, does not necessarily make it art.
No, exactly. Because
now, when I go, I'll give it
like that is
I'll
art.
just give a good example.
Yeah, okay.
Well, I'll give a good example. There was a woman here. She was a nun out of from Moncton, a French nun. Amazing woman. And they tore down this old French hospital in Moncton. And she actually, for her nunnery, it was close to the nunnery, and she would collect some of this old stones, sandstones or whatever. And she would start carving these beautiful art things. She actually carved it looked like the fake Bible out of these sandstones. It looked amazing. I got a write-up of her stuff. And when I was on one of the gallery hops, she was at the museum section downtown when she was displaying her stuff. And me and my aunt sat and talked with her for like a half hour. What an amazing woman. And just she was saying she took the sandstones and she would actually carve different statues and stuff, and with religious content. And one of them actually had red. What's this red? She's like, it might have been blood from the surgery because it was from a hospital. It's like, wow, that's deep in storytelling. Like, but what an amazing woman. Like, she was a nun herself, and she just took these sandstones and then created art from them. And it's like something you would never expect. These old bricks that would have been put in the landfill from an old hospital torn down, and she turned them into art. And it's like, that is cool.
That is pretty amazing. Cool. I like that.
Yeah.
Art. Let's see. To me, art. What is art? Art to me, you know what? It doesn't have to be in a museum. It doesn't have to be in an art gallery. It doesn't. It doesn't have to be in a building where only a select few of aficionados, get to be the purveyors of culture, of and say what art truly is. Art is for everyone to enjoy. It's for everyone to take part in, to look at, to watch, to analyze, to study, to admire in its beauty, to make one think in rational and irrational ways. It's to convey not only a message but a feeling. It's meant to make you think about life and your place in it. It's supposed to invoke deep thoughts of
anything, just thoughts and feelings. It's
of
eliciting of emotion,
of anything. Exactly. I mean, you take a look at, for example, I'm trying to think, was it Picasso that did a painting of a Christ on the cross? But the way he did it, it's literally a Hinton cube. It's a tesseract, right? And because we're thinking like a tesseract, like, oh, in the MCU, a Hinton cube, or AKA a tesseract. It's like a fifth dimensional shape. Like we're used to 3 dimensions, right? Length, width, and depth. But you look at his painting, right? And it is so vastly different that I think he literally had a deep grasp of mathematics and physics and the way the universe probably is. And I think with that painting, like, for example, he got it so right that it's supposed to have this deep deep arousing feeling of how I need to view a lot of the things that we probably don't even think of in life. It's I mean, my God, you look at Da Vinci, for example. I mean, he not only was a painter but a sculptor and an inventor, and and he knew a lot of stuff. He was a very learned man, but his
didn't he try
work,
to build a didn't he try to build a flying machine back then at one point?
yeah.
Yeah.
You think about this, I mean, these artists, their work has stood centuries.
Yes.
Centuries, right? And there's a reason why they're called masters, because they have lasted the longevity of, well, I shouldn't say the longevity of history, but quite a bit of it. And then you take a look at in contrast, a lot of the stuff that is in museums now that they try to shovel down your throat as art, right? A purple toilet, or a dot on a painting or something like that. No, this has deep significance to everybody's feelings on the matter of how you should be feeling inside. The toilet actually represents the putridness of today's society and how the masses feel of
I think of a good Saturday Night Live scare right now.
Yeah, exactly. It truly represents of how the masses feel about Donald Trump, and the purple just signifies the jealousy of how the right wishes they could be, truly wishing that they could be like the left, but they can't. And that's why their thoughts are literally in the toilet. And that's what the toilet actually represents. Just stupid bull crap like that, right? This is how they try to
came with that on the show was awesome.
Yeah, I know, right? It's actually pretty funny that I can actually do that, like right on the spot. But this is what they try to peddle to you.
Yeah.
You look at a lot of the art that has stood the test of time, and it's like, that is art that makes you want to stare at it for a good hour, and just look at, like you were saying, with this guy that was doing it, like that looked like a photograph, and it was actually like in pencil crayon or whatever the heck it was. But it makes you stare at it. It makes you want to look carefully at it, and it's like you want to analyze every little dot on it and figure out how you did it, and figure out the brush strokes, because you want to peer inside the mind of a master, and you want to kind of figure out what was in their head, how they did it, and these certain techniques and stuff like that, and you want to be inside that picture, inside that painting. And that is what art is.
Let me answer that, if you don't mind me. Just
go for it.
As a photographer, we're questioned on, you're not a real artist. You just take it. Shut up. That's what I say. You have to still be able to tell a picture and make it a story. And that it's actually harder, because drawing, you have to have talent. And people say, you don't have talent, take a picture. No, it's about capturing moment. One, you got about lighting, blah, 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 blah. But to me, I like street shooting. Taking a picture of something random in the middle of nowhere, or watching an old woman sitting there setting up for the morning city market, and stuff like that. Like
crap.
Like, I like doing black and white too. I like telling story. My goal is to do a castle book of all black and white, because that's how I like seeing things in black and white. And I want to do actually one. I want to do an art display in color of all street signs and everything to do with illuminated signs and stuff. I get so many different ideas I want to do.
Yeah.
But it's in the eye of the beholder, and I like making people go, man, I like that, and I like creating feelings and emotions. So
no, and I totally 100% get that, and I understand that. There are sometimes, and Tim, you know what, I will get to that, because I know it's going to be a funny meme as soon as I look at it. So just hang with me here, because like I said, I'm drawing and I'm trying to pay attention to the chat at the same time. So I'm trying to get back to the chat, and Chaya, thank you very much. Hey, I'm just a talking head on YouTube, and that's just my feelings on it. And Little Dutch, it depends on the intent behind the art. No.
sometimes a thing is just made because it looks nice. No, and that's true. It's the passion that comes through that makes you appreciate the work that goes into it, and I think that can also be included in what art is. You know, if the hard work that goes into something that somebody made, you know, to me that can also be art too, because it's you how should I put it? I was going to say you emote the feelings that but that's not the word I'm looking for. It's you know, it has to do with empathy. When you can empathize with what the artist wanted to make, then you can appreciate that art. But I mean, you know, making a purple toilet or a dot on a canvas, I mean that's just a cop out. I'm sorry. It's just yeah, whatever. You know what I mean? Hold on. Let's see. Little Dutch also says, according to Tom Hanks, Da Vinci was also very good at coming up with cryptic puzzles.
I was going to bring that up
in his movie,
but I'll wait.
In his movie. Yeah. No, that's cool. That's cool. Let's see. And Tim also says, sent you a message. The best art there is. Part of me feels like I'm going to regret this, and I'm waiting.
Oh, go do it. It's Tim. We always have some good stuff. So what the
I know. I know. I trust you, Tim. So, let's see. One day, our Crusader here will hopefully come to these movies. No, I totally will. I totally will. 100%. So, and well, you will give some new. He says, I'm just wondering what you're talking about. I prefer Monte Carlo or Bust. Oh, is that okay? Vincent's mentioning movies or something like that. Oh, okay, cool. I'm waiting for this Facebook to catch up here because Tim is sending something.
It was Salvador Dali, by the way.
Oh, Salvador Dali. Okay, yeah. So my mistake. So it was Salvador. So my erroneous mistake of Christ Cross. So yeah, Salvador Dali, great artist. Fantastic artist. Tim, I'm waiting. My computer on occasion is acting laggy.
Somebody had mentioned Da Vinci. So
yes.
I don't know if you guys ever heard of the golden ratio or the golden rectangle, or sometimes it's referred to as the Da Vinci rectangle. All right.
Yes.
I did not learn this in school. I actually learned this when I started teaching. I was talking to another faculty member, art teacher, about the golden ratio or the golden rectangle, which is a shape.
Yeah, I got to study that.
Supposedly, yeah, I still can't wrap my head around it exactly, but if you go online, you can check it out. It is a shape where they paint, old Renaissance painters would use. Da Vinci used it with the Mona Lisa. Michelangelo used this golden ratio for the Sistine Chapel, where we aesthetically look at that proportion, that shape, and we find that aesthetically pleasing. I can't really it's weird. It's like, and I was talking to a friend of mine who's an architect, and he had found that architects, even like the Greeks, when they built the Parthenon, used this formula, this shape, to build the Parthenon. And we see this shape, this size, this proportion in works by Da Vinci and Michelangelo. It's a square, and it's like one side would be like, if you use the measurement of 1, the height, the width of it would be 1.618. And they would use this measurement in mathematics to create, the Greeks would use to create buildings. And you would find this formula in paintings by Michelangelo and Da Vinci. An architect also explained it to me. And you could also find this shape within leaves or seashells. You have to look it up, because you have to actually look at it and see what I'm talking about.
Right.
when I was looking into it a little bit more, I realized it's the same shape or proportion of a traditional comic book page.
Really?
Yeah, the 6x9 size. Yeah, or very close to the 6x9 size.
That's interesting.
Yeah, you got to look it up. I really can't explain it very well. You got to look at, the visuals about like how this all works. But it's like this size, this proportion, this shape that early mathematicians and architects used, and certain painters and artists that we all know.
Huh.
And you supposedly can find it in nature, like in leaves, how the leaves look, and seashells. A very good example is seashells. You can see, look at shells, and it has this really weird, curvy, long line. And
yeah, the Fibonacci sequence.
That fits right in that sort of golden rectangle or the golden ratio.
Yeah. No, Bill, I can see your comments. I can totally see your comments. So, yes, I can. So something about history happening in your neck of the woods. That's horrible, dude. So, Tim, I'm waiting for the. I don't know. Tim, actually, believe it or not, I'm still waiting for the picture to come up on Facebook. Now, I got some really weird internet lag going on here. So it's not that I'm not wanting to bring it up. It's just for some odd reason, internet is acting kind of funny here today, but I'm still waiting for it to come. Vince, okay. A plus B divided by B equals B divided by A equals 1006. Oh, okay. So yeah, I'm thinking that this is the Fibonacci sequence. I think I'm pronouncing that right. But yeah, it's.
That's it.
Along with the whole golden triangle.
Yeah. So Vincent knows what I also link in the private chat too. A Google search on this, and it has all these images of Da Vinci and Michelangelo, and the Last Supper, and leaves, and the Parthenon is on here.
Yeah.
David's sculpture, Michelangelo's David. Wow. Yes. So there's a conscious effort here on these artists to use this formula in creating their artwork. That's really, the golden ratio. Vincent, yes, thank you for sharing that.
Yep. It's I've seen that in certain chats here and there and stuff like that, they go on about how it proves that there is a certain design, with to life and to everything in nature, that it follows certain design, and
we find it pleasing.
And there's
another term.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's called the golden mean. So that's another term for it. We studied it. Yeah, the golden mean. We studied it during college actually as well.
Oh, you did? All right.
Yeah. And it's like the way that, like as a photographer, I use it to how to pace out my pictures of a certain ratio. And there's too much of this, that there's too much empty sky here. Let's move my camera a little bit so there's more fill. And the golden mean. Yeah.
All right. So Mike. So Tom. Sorry, Tom knows exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Because I don't. So thanks.
Tim, are you talking about this? Because this is what I got in my message from you. So it's the best there is. Yes, you know what? For some odd reason, I can't agree with you on that. So
when you were talking about Dali, were you guys discussing because the Salvador Dali picture I was referring to, it is the triumphant rendering of Saint James the Great. That comes out of the water, and he's holding he's on a white stallion brandishing an oversized crucifix. Is that the one you're referring to?
No, actually, hold on here. You know what? I'm going to try to bring it up. So, again, it wasn't. I made the mistake on the artist. It's
this one's
because
called
my mind
Santiago,
is rushing right now, and
this one's called Santiago El Grande. It's a Dali one. It's actually in Fredericton. The Fredericton Beaverbrook Gallery owns that one. They rent it out occasionally, but you can see it just north of here. It's Santiago El Grande. It's a beautiful. I used to sit in front of that painting for days on end.
Mm-hmm.
It's such a beautiful painting.
There we go. Now I find it here. I'm gonna share it with you guys.
It's one of his actual original ones. It's like wow. It's just
yes,
it's like 2 feet tall too. It's like huge painting. It's like holy gee.
Oh, 100%. This is the one that I'm talking about.
Oh,
See, because
yeah,
now we're
I
talking
remember
about
that.
air now.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah,
So this is what you would describe as it's a Hinton cube, otherwise known as a see, I can only zoom in so much. Only always also known as a tesseract. Okay, so this is a fifth dimensional representation of Christ on the cross by Salvador Dali, right? So if again, and this is what I'm talking about, that he must have had a great grasp of dimensional physics and mathematics and stuff like that, because you don't normally see an artist paint something like this. So it's something to look at. It's something to ponder. And yeah, anyway, that was the painting that I was talking about. So the hypercube. So
now here I've sent it to you. Cube. Now see if your Facebook is faster. I just sent you an image that'll describe what you guys are trying to talk about right there. That's okay. That's the golden ratio, the golden mean right there.
Probably isn't, because
if you want to physically break it down, that's what it is right there. That's the golden mean.
I'm trying to. Okay, so while I'm doing that, while I'm waiting for that to come up, let's see. Miss Chaya, watch the measurements between the outer corner of the eye and the ear, and remember 5 eyes across. Yes, no, you are correct. You are totally 100% correct. Little Dutch, is that why Abaddon is taking so long? Keith is trying to find out the perfect golden ratio. Yes, he is. That's what it is. Damn it! And it just came up right now, and for some odd reason it closed. You superfluous bastard of a computer. So it just popped in my head. I don't know why. Specifically that. Okay. Tom made a picture, and oh my God, Dolly stole Jesus' cross. No, it's weird. I shouldn't say it's weird. I think Dolly saw something in the crucifixion of when Jesus went to the cross that it's something more than, how should I put it? It did something more to creation itself, more than what we normally see with our eyes in this physical dimension that we're in right now, right? It goes beyond the 3 dimensions that we live in, right? Length, width, breadth. And for some odd reason...
What? You froze. It's like, we have dead air. As the DJ and me. It's dead air. Oh no. In the day. But yeah, the golden mean. It's what it is. It's an image of representation of what the golden mean represents. And what it is it's basically, where does the eye get directed to during an image?
Out.
You can overlay that on any image possible, and then when you that symbolism.
Okay, I'm back,
and that's what artists. You didn't leave. You've always been here. So.
Oh, okay, that's weird because my computer was starting to break out right now, like it is right now. Kind of weird. Sorry. Yeah. Anyway, carry on.
You need a Lenovo ThinkPad P1 Gen 6. I actually talked to a guy about one of the better laptops you can ever get. It's one of the best laptops you can get out there for work process. It's like amazing. It's not the best gaming one, but it's like for work, graphic designer, videographer. He said that's one of the best. And this guy, I follow him on YouTube. He repairs laptops, and he said this is the most customizable one, and it's just a solid one. It's great for business as graphic designers things. So it's like he says these gaming laptops are just gimmicks.
Yeah,
a lot of them break down. You can't repair them. Yada 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 yada. So. But but anyway, that's the golden mean. You can never bring that image up. That picture I sent you in the Facebook thing.
Yeah. No,
this was not by accident.
Like pain in the butt right now.
So, Tom, you believe that these artists use that?
No, I don't think.
yeah.
I don't think this kind of is by accident. It can't be by accident because if things came into being purely by randomness, then then you wouldn't have this kind of order form.
Oh no, I get that. I meant like artists themselves.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. No, I think because I think because they had access to to, how should I put it, for lack of a better explanation, greater knowledge. Because I think somewhere along in history, we happen to lose access to certain information.
Well, it's not just that. It's about science. It's using science in the aspect of art. That's why, like I said, if you can bring that up eventually, the golden mean. I sent you another picture showing how the golden mean has been used as well, like on the picture of the Mona Lisa. It shows it on the Mona Lisa. First, there's the original, the golden mean. That's that one, the shape, just that weird looking shape. That's the golden mean. That's the golden ratio. That's what it is right there. If you can bring that up, that shows what the image is. And then it shows it's how it was used in the Mona Lisa. That's what it shows it right there. So I sent you two different images in the Facebook, each one representing what it is and then how it was used, how it was applied.
Let me do this because I don't want my computer screwing up again. Whatever is going on, I hate it. So okay, you know what? I'm just gonna do this. Because
see the one on the bottom top doesn't matter.
So
Now see that one in the upper left?
No, because there is yes.
The upper left, you see that one? That's the golden mean. Notice how it's ratioed to everything points into that one center. You're going for you're not on the halfway. You're not in the middle point. You're not necessarily in the half. You're kind of in the half bottom corner set, and that's where you want the eye to focus. Now you can turn that around, as you see in the Mona Lisa. Everybody look at her smile. That's the point there. Everything focus. They put in the upper half there, but it depends on having a point of view. You want where do you want the eye to go? That's where the golden mean. Really, if you break it down, that's what it's about. What are you focusing on? What's the main point of your image? Make that direct. Don't leave too much blank space because that can be annoying. But you don't want the end, like an image of a building. Don't have it perfectly centered. That's boring. Nobody's going to look at that.
No, exactly.
But have it off center a little bit. Have like the sun in the background to an extent. Maybe a cloud's there, but have the building off center. Even though that's your focus point, don't have it in the center. Have it off center a little bit. And then the eye will be gravitated to it more. And actually, the mind works in a weird way, and it's about tricking the mind when you're taking an image, and about why does that look? So yeah.
So does it matter?
Yes, Bill.
Does it matter where that circle lies? Like, can you flip that image, that rectangle?
Oh yeah, it's as long as it's not dead center. Like having an image in the middle of like photographs. If something's right in the middle, sure, for like a family gathering or something for fun. But it's about having it off to the left in the upper right, or maybe at the lower right, or it's having stuff off center that actually catches the eye more. And that's what a lot of these artists did. They didn't have things centered on the image. They would move it around, and like Mona Lisa, everybody noticed a smile because it's more in the upper half. Most of the detail is in her face, and then so many other images are represented of that as well. The golden ratio has been brought up by so many different artists over the years, and there's math involved too, but I go more of the artistic sense of don't have things centered, have it off centered a little bit, less this, and it's broken down in different ways. But that's how we were taught about it in college when we were taking art.
Yeah, I wish I learned that in college. Yeah, so the math is the 1:1.618 ratio.
Yeah. Like here's the other one, that Japanese picture of the big wave that was used in that one too.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, it's showing that being used there. The golden ratio and so many other classic pictures. Here I'm looking Google, like it's been used to design some of the greatest pictures in history. and how the eye focuses and where the mind is going when they're looking at the image. There's a lot of science to it. It's amazing. It is quite fascinating, actually.
It is really interesting. I'm still having a hard time wrapping my head around it whenever I start.
I still am, and I remember taking it years ago, and it can be confusing.
Yes.
What? It's like,
because you have this.
Exactly, Vincent. Yeah, it's like the third rule in photography.
Yeah,
the 1/3 rule. No. Exactly.
And we have a triangle rule in photography also. It's called oh god, I'm blanking out right now. But I'll tell you when I remember in a bit. But yeah, no, there's certain rules in any type of art. But that is a very important rule in photography, drawing, and everything is that rule. Even if we don't know about it, it's a very important aspect in a rule.
All right. Well, thank you, Tom. That makes a lot more sense to me. But it really blew my mind. Well, because first you have to wrap your head around, like, did all these early painters know this proportion and did they work in it? And like, you see it in mathematics, architecture, not just painting. You see it in nature. So that just, you got to wrap your head around that. And then for me, when I realize it's the same proportion for a traditional comic book page, for me, I find that most appealing.
Well, I mean, they must have known. That's why I was kind of like trying to see before my computer was kind of wigging out there. It's that they must have had access to some sort of older knowledge that is like maybe lost now.
Yeah.
Right.
To design and paint, and I mean, you look at the statue of David, for example, right? Prime example of art, I think, in its purest form, right? You name me anybody that can sculpt like that, or like the ancient Greeks when they made statues, right? You name me anyone, and I bet you there's nobody, or like next to nobody, that can sculpt like that anymore.
Yeah.
Anywheres, because I think there has just been, you know, that's the problem with today, is that somewhere along the way we ignore the lessons of old, and we lose valuable information that you know, we don't know where all the good stuff goes. You know, it's just lost. It just disappears.
Right. So that's what my architect friend was telling me when I was talking to him about the golden rectangle several years ago. Like he said, it was common knowledge by, you know, philosophers, mathematicians, and artists. It's just that we don't know that anymore, or we're not taught that unless you go to Tom's school, which is probably where I should have gone to school.
Well, there's different.
No one told me that when I was in school.
There's so many science attached to art that I've studied over the years, like that, the golden mean or the golden ratio, as they call it. You know, there's actually, as a photographer, I learned about the exposure triangle. That's what it's called, the exposure triangle. It's a very scientific reason about how to balance your photos. You're using the ISO, the shutter speed, and the aperture. It's about balancing all three of those to be able to create an image. You know, and there's a science to it. There really is. But it's also being able to use the science, but don't overthink it, because you don't want to override your creativity as well. So it's kind of balancing that science, balance everything, but use your creativity on top of that as well.
Now, because Franco wasn't here, I'm going to remind myself to actually save.
Save! Yeah, I was just, I heard you were going to say that. Yeah.
Bill, the golden ratio of the girl in the Moonraker had braces. Yes. Man, I love that Roger Moore movie. Love that James Bond movie. Let's see. And Chaya, more intensity in the face. It's too common. If you want to hear the necessary element is missing. Yeah, no, I agree with you. So Bill also says that cave drawings of planes and helicopters and flying machines. Yeah, no, there is. That's a really weird thing. Yeah. I remember reading this book a long time ago when I was young in this library of it was about the Bermuda Triangle, and I forget where it was. It was somewhere in Central America. They found this little golden statue of what looks like an airplane with a little propeller on it and all that kind of stuff. It's like really freaking weird. So, you know, which makes me wonder
if the Bermuda Triangle somewheres in there has like a time portal, or or somebody went back in time, and it's just weird. It's fascinating stuff. And Chai also says that we teach that at the Schuler School of Fine Arts. The school was founded for the purpose of preserving these traditions. Our teachers at the Schuler School have direct link to the old masters. Really?
That's kind of cool.
Nice. I like that.
Yeah, so because my alma mater now promotes grooming and gender confusion.
Oh, God, yeah. They all do now.
Course.
It's just kind of sad, it seems. It's like, yeah.
I did send you a link through the private chat, Mike, and also through your Facebook page about Harry Anderson.
Wait, from Night Court?
Yeah. That's the other link that you...
I was thinking Night Court for Harry.
Yes. Yes.
No. Court. So one of the art galleries that I do like in Manhattan is the Society of Illustrators. And I don't know, 10 or 15 years ago, the Museum of Comic and Cartoon Art became part of the Society of Illustrators. And they have a heavy focus on comic book art, but they also have traditional art at the Society of Illustrators as well. So one of my visits to the Society of Illustrators, oh, wow, that was weird. Like gunfire in the background here. Had a painting by Harry Anderson, and I never heard of Harry Anderson before. I think he was a painter from like the 40s and 50s, and they had this painting. I think it's called Repentant Haste, displayed, and I just absolutely fell in love with it. And I had no idea who this guy was. I never saw his artwork before, but I just fell in love with this particular painting and his work. And I know that Steve Rude, who's a famous
Why? There we go.
What is that? I can't. Yeah.
There we go. Yeah, sorry. Like I'm saying, if I open up another window for some odd reason, it's getting laggy around here. So anyway, yeah, that's the picture that Al was talking about that he sent me in the private chat. So,
do you use Wi-Fi or are you using Ethernet?
I can only use Wi-Fi because the modem is upstairs in a place that I do not have access to.
Really?
So, really, yeah, that's the unfortunate part of being where
so
I
it's
am
not.
at
So you
right
share
now.
a modem then with somebody then?
Yeah, that and probably somebody else is probably doing some heavy gaming right now, and on top of that. That could be, and using up a lot of bandwidth. So yeah, that's the picture that Al's talking about.
Where did Al go? I think we lost Al.
I don't know. Maybe he went on break.
Or wait a minute. Yeah. So,
where did Al go? Yeah, he just disappeared.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Al just disappeared. That's what I'm saying. There's only two of us now.
Okay. Okay. Well, anyway, that's the picture that he was talking about. Okay, so great. We'll just wait for Al to come back. Fine, Al, if you don't want to be here. I don't care. All they have on this channel to rent, and not by chance or choice.
I'm not gonna lie. I see what Al was saying though. I think the dark spot, like in the mouth or the undercarriage of the clothes, does seem to make it stand out better. I agree with him on that. Just the pure black.
Bill says, Mike, unfortunately, the Dull of Destiny indie movie used that idea. The plane sculpted on the side of the sarcophagus and time travel too. Yeah, they did. They must have. So, but yeah, it was a really interesting book about the Bermuda Triangle that I read years ago. Years and years and years ago. So, Chaya, draw strain in the neck. It conveys intensity. It occurs when adrenaline is pumping. No, I agree with you on that. So, and damn it, I hit another program, and hopefully that doesn't pop up. So, yeah, no, my Hamburg program. So, okay, that's Al. Al is back. Come back. Come back.
But yeah.
Why won't you
like
click on? Al?
What the hell?
All right,
There we go. Okay.
What the hell? He's gone again.
No,
He's
wait.
gone.
Oh my God.
Oh, there he is.
Okay.
Well,
There we go. I'm not touching anything.
No, it wasn't your fault. My internet conked out on me right when you were showing that Harry Anderson painting, which I wanted to see.
Oh wow. Okay. Wow.
So
it's not just me.
Yeah, I
Great.
saw, no, it was my internet. Frontier Communications is quite terrible. But yeah, Harry Anderson. Yeah, I saw that painting at the Society of Illustrators, Repent in Haste, and I just fell in love with the stuff. It's like fantastic.
Nice.
It is. It's a nice picture. I like it.
Oh, it's great. Yeah.
It reminds me. It definitely reminds me of Saturday Evening Post.
Right. Norman Rockwell.
Norman Rockwell. Yeah.
Well, yeah, all those guys were painting like that. Yeah, it was like great stuff. And a lot of these more, Alex Ross, Steve Rude, they're heavily influenced by these painters. And also, they're also influenced by people like Alex Toth, Jack Kirby, and Harry Anderson, and Norman Rockwell. So it's interesting because I probably became a fan of like Steve Rude before I was a real huge fan of Jack Kirby, So you look at people that you admire, whose work you admire, and see who influenced them, and yeah, you might be of the same like-minded.
Exactly. Let's see.
Oh, okay, all right, yeah.
Let's see here. Just do a little bit of touch-up work. I'm liking how this is turning out. For some odd reason,
Your artwork is getting better.
it is. I'm liking this. Okay, so just to give everybody a little bit of a rundown of what's going on. Oh, you know what? This is what I'm going to do. Okay, because the black looked great on this.
I was going to say the same thing. I was like,
yes.
Yeah.
Actually, no, you did say the same thing. So,
yeah.
So,
your suggestion out to him, it actually does make it look better. Just the pure black underneath certain parts of it. Yeah.
I like it.
It's
I'm not
like
here.
Yeah, it's like you knew what to do.
Yeah, it's like you have expected.
Hey, wait a minute.
It's like you got some sort of advanced knowledge that I can draw upon.
Well, yes. I do make artwork, and I used to teach. But yeah, I think it looks better. But I'm not trying to imply that you can't ever use hatching. You can't do cross hatching. Okay, all right, yeah.
Yeah, no.
But here, just for that, it's much better there.
Yeah, I don't think there's much light in those areas.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So. Now we're just gonna take a little bit of black here, and we're gonna fill it up with some black.
Happy little black shadow.
That's right. Happy little black shadows here, next to her thigh.
So when drawing comics and you have black shapes in your panels, or on your comic book page, it usually draws the eye a little bit, and you can actually use black shapes to draw your reader's eye. That's called spotting blacks, where you consciously create areas of black on your comic book page when you're composing a comic book page to draw your reader's eye from one figure to the next, from one panel to the next. If you ever look at Mike Mignola's Hellboy, he spots a lot of blacks in his work.
Yeah, he does actually. Yeah.
Well, actually, what you're referring to pretty much is a version of the golden ratio, because you're taking the eye and forcing it to go to certain spots with those blacks. That actually is a version of it.
Kinda, yeah.
Yeah.
It's not a specific formula like the
no, but that's just it. It's basically taking the eye and making focus to go to a certain point. Yeah, that's really what it is. That's loosely based. That's what that is, really. So, really, what you explained, that's exactly what that is. So, and it makes things stand out more. So, yeah.
But
My God, it's like we're learning something.
Well, I hope so. The only criticism I have about this actual drawing by Mike, the character in the foreground, his or her feet are not on the same plane. Like one looks like it's higher than the other, even though I think both feet are on the same plane or same floor. Unless, the floor's on an angle or something.
It could be.
We'll have to see. Now I'm curious.
I mean, well, you could just put a diagonal line there where both feet are standing on something. See how
yeah. This right here. Yeah.
Because you could always put a line there where both feet are on the same line, and that's kind of like where the floor is. Maybe it's just the whole image is at an angle, or
I could do that.
Well, you could, but now I'm kind of thinking maybe not.
Or I could just do this, and then I could
rotate the image.
Exactly.
Is that going to pixelate the artwork?
Hopefully it doesn't.
Because I know in Photoshop it would.
Oh yeah, definitely would. Definitely would. Clip Studio Pro actually is pretty good that way, where it generally doesn't. And I got it at, for all intents and purposes, because I don't want even more series lagging than I am experiencing right now. I got it at 350 DPI instead of 600.
Yeah.
So, yeah, because I am Canadian and everything is even more expensive here, and so saving up for a new computer takes a little bit longer than it would in America.
No. You're not Canadian. You are Canadian. Sorry.
That's right.
For now.
For now. So
everything is more expensive. We're the highest tax rates in the world. So yeah. No.
Well, that's all that free healthcare you guys have available to you.
So.
Well, that and a lot of the other people aren't from here, and then but it's kind of funny. Sorry, I'm going to go off a tangent. Niagara Falls. If you go to buy a building in Niagara Falls in Canada, would cost like almost $500,000. You can buy it right on the other side in the States. It's like $200,000. That's messed up.
Are you looking to move?
Yes, exactly.
No, I can't afford anything right now. But I'm just saying, it shows you how the rates are ridiculous here in this country. It's just pathetic.
He's looking for somebody to kidnap him, so he does move in that sense.
I think they're two guys fighting, though. I don't think that's a girl, is it? No, I don't.
No, that is a girl.
At the bottom?
Is it?
It's on the top.
Oh yeah, at the top. Yeah, clearly is female.
Yeah. No, this one because as I was drawing it, if you guys noticed a little bit, because I made the jaw line a bit more squarish.
Oh, all right, yeah.
Oh, so yeah. So it's a dude, totally a dude.
That's an awesome pose, though. I really like that.
Yeah, thanks, man. I appreciate that. And yes, so yeah, Chai said, a woman is fighting him. Is that his ex-wife before the court date? Probably, yes, because as we know, things don't normally go as planned in Japan. With swords. So there you go. Yes, I totally will share the joke. So everybody on Rumble and X can see it. So there you go. Black shapes are not black shapes? Sheeps.
Man, I thought there was sheeps too at one point. I actually heard sheeps too. I thought so. Yeah.
Oh, I said sheeps.
No, it sounded like it, but everything's messing up here at the audio. It's just I thought it was sheeps at one point too. So
that's right.
But no, I know what you meant. Yeah.
Huge stream, so huge. MAGA making ratio great again. Yep. And thanks. It's so much better. How did you do that? I don't know. I just draw. Here's the thing. Yeah, I just do it. Okay. This is what I'll show you. Okay. So if you're talking about basically like in this case, here's what I've done. I'll start out with, you get an idea for a pose. And because I watch a lot of anime, right? There's a lot of action in anime and manga. And so I'll just take something that I've seen in an anime. It's like, okay, this looks interesting. I think I might want to do this. So, I'll just draw it out in pure stick figure form, right?
Yeah.
Kind of like how I want to do it. So, like in this particular case, I kind of knew that I wanted. I knew I wanted to draw something with a figure with their back towards me, right? Because I've been doing a lot of frontal. That even sounds suggestive. I've been, I've been doing a lot of figures from the front, right? And I forget who said it last week. So I think it was like Vince last week that it said something like you should draw a figure from behind, something like that. I think it was Vince. I can't remember exactly who, but anyway, it's like, oh yeah, you know what? Hey, that's a pretty good idea. So anyway, so I came up with this. So you do the stick figure kind of thing, or at least I do. That's kind of how I do it. And then because this is like Photoshop, so I'll just do a rough over that.
So you do a second stage there where you're putting the shapes in.
Yeah, right.
Oh, yeah. Okay, all right.
Yeah, so I kind of know I wanted to go in a certain direction. So you draw your face, your head right here, and I know that looked like really horrible right at the moment, but anyway, so I kind of know where my shoulders should be, like here, and my elbows and stuff like that. So then I just kind of like draw loosely around it, right? And it's kind of the same here. And you know what? And I'm liking how it also turned out, because I wanted to do something with a little bit of forced perspective, which is hard. Because I know I pulled it off a couple of times, and it is, for me right now, still, it is like so freaking hard. And it's you just got to practice at it. You just really got to practice at it, because it is not easy. So okay, so then for my third layer, I try to flesh it out a little bit more than what it currently is. Let me just turn up my visibility on it. And so I kind of like rough it out a little bit more, if you can kind of see it. And I know like in manga, for example, you got these speed lines that convey convey the speed of an object and stuff like that, right? And it's done a little differently, and I kind of wanted to experiment with that as well. Is the slicing action, and or he's pulling his sword out, and at like lightning speed, or something like that. And so I got my rough started to flesh it out a little bit more. And then I'll just go to the final stage. And when I know kind of what I want, I just want to ink it nicely, so to speak, on this. And I think it turned out pretty well.
I like that. Again, that bottom figure looks great. You mentioned how you wanted to do a drawing where the camera's sort of behind one of the characters here. I remember Scott McCloud gave a lecture on this once, and he was saying how in North American comics, specifically superhero comics, when you ever look at like a Spider-Man comic or a page or something, like everybody in that panel is looking at the audience. Like you always see their face; they're always looking at you, which is not natural. But you don't see that. But you don't see that in Japanese comics. You see Japanese comics like this, where it's more natural. You don't have not everybody's looking at when you're reading a Spider-Man comic, or traditionally, everybody's looking at you. They're like, it's like vaudeville, you know, it's like they're on a stage, you're like, hey, look at me.
Yes, it's always front facing.
Yeah, that is not natural. And I never thought about it until Scott was actually giving a lecture on this. That's one thing. Another thing is Mike had just talked about speed lines or motion lines. I like speed lines. Yeah, that's so in manga, that's kind of how they show motion, is having those little lines right on the sword here, for example.
Yeah.
I have noticed, you know, working on the Sword of Eden graphic novel, and I think novel series, I think I mentioned this on Facebook, how I have found that I never use speed lines at all anymore. Like I show motion by, like, if somebody's jumping, maybe there's some dirt or something coming up from below the person where they're jumping off the ground. I'm actually doing something like that right now. So that's kind of how I show motion. Mike had also showed motion in the movement of these characters, their clothes, and how they're looks like their clothing's like being pulled from behind. That also indicates motion. I don't think we always have to show speed lines, especially in superhero comics. And I tend not to do that anymore. I find other ways to show motion, and I like it better. It's more cinematic, I guess. Like, if, you know,
yeah. No, exactly. No, I like that. That's exactly it. It's like a oh god, what was his name? Kurokawa film, right? You know, with like the Seven Samurais.
Yeah.
You know, that old black and white movie. And you know, and I saw it like a couple of years ago, and it's like, oh my god, this is actually really good for a Japanese film. And I got a kick out of it. And it's like that. And I know why George Lucas really gravitated towards that movie. And there's just something very cinematic about it that I like. And yeah, and see, I've always been the kind of guy that I want to do something that is not the atypical, you know, stuff that you would normally find in you know, in North America. It has to be just a little bit different. That's all that it has to be, you know. And manga is as different as it pretty much gets, you know, at least in North America.
Yeah, but manga in North America outsells your traditional corporate-owned, you know, monthly comic book.
Well, that too. Yeah.
Is that not true? I mean,
that is definitely true, and that's the other reason why I went in that direction too. So,
well, no, you like manga, and that's legitimate. That's fine.
No, exactly. It's just because there's just something different about it. It just conveys a message differently than what you would normally see in North America, and yeah, there's just something a little bit more cinematic about it. And yeah, like you said, like in typical North American comics, everybody's always like, you know, generally front facing. You're always seeing, you know, the front of them, and it's like, you know what? There's more, you know, in a message of having someone's back towards you that can also speak than somebody that would normally be, you know, like facing forward, facing at you all the time. You know, because it can be just as powerful, you know?
Yeah. It's funny that you brought that up, because I sometimes recognize that when I'm watching film or television or a streaming episode. I was thinking about that last night. I was rewatching an episode of House of David, and King Saul finds out that his wife was kind of going behind his back doing things. And they talked about it a little bit, and then he gave her a hug. And then he was telling her to never do that again. And it was interesting because the camera was going from a back, because they were hugging each other, from the back of Saul, and you see her face because it's on his shoulder.
Yeah.
And then it goes to the front of Saul where you see his face and her back, you know, and it's interesting and it cuts really quickly. And I'm thinking, like, when the character says something and they're having a conversation like this, it might be better to, you know, when you're drawing comics, see the expression of the person who's hearing it as opposed to seeing the face of the person saying it.
Yep.
You know,
right.
You get, in this case, you get her expression. You don't see him talking, but you hear her expression to what he's actually saying. And
that's right.
And that's probably,
and that can speak a whole lot more.
Right. So when you're drawing comics, these are the things you got to think about. Like you compose a page, you figure out, you know, how many panels you want and that sort of stuff. And you got to, even in each panel, you got to figure out where your camera's positioned and what you're seeing and who's talking and that sort of thing. I like the things that comics can do that are unique to comics. But I am finding that some of those, for lack of a better word, comics tropes, I tend to not to be using them anymore, like speed lines, like I was mentioning. And a part of me is kind of sad that I'm going in that direction. But I think for me, my work looks better without having speed lines to show motion in other ways. And then again, I learned that from, you know, listening to Scott McCloud. One thing that in retrospect really occurred to me is The Dark Knight Returns by Frank Miller, which came out in '87. Right. And I was reading
just one second. Yeah, because I just want to say bye to Chaya, who says, thank you so much. I had so much fun. The conversation was invigorating and thought-provoking. I'm so happy I came by. I learned so much. I have to go now. Thank you. So Chaya, I look forward to seeing you again. Please come back. It has been so long. And you always got a home here, you know, on this channel. And like I said, just making it fun. Let's see, Little Dutch says, we can blame the current crop of Marvel DC writers for manga comics dominating.
There's truth to that.
No, it's true. It's 100% true. There is.
And also these young readers, they like manga. Well, I just want to talk about the manga thing. I mean, when I was teaching, like all my students, you know, they're 19, 20 years old. They're reading manga. They're watching anime. They're watching stuff online for free, like webtoons and stuff. And none of them were reading really any Marvel or DC books. None of them definitely were not reading comic strips. They were not reading comic strips in the papers, but they were familiar with Calvin and Hobbes. So I always, even though I'm not a big manga reader, I do find it fascinating how popular they are in North America.
Oh, yeah. 100%.
So again, Frank Miller's Dark Knight Returns, if you look at, like, I mean, you can look at The Dark Knight Returns now and, you know, might not see anything new. But at that time, that stuff was very new. Like Frank Miller, like he did not have caption boxes other than dialogue that was underneath a TV screen, for example. He didn't have speed lines at all either. And he used the grid to lay out all the different panels. So his Dark Knight Returns actually has I hate comparing film and comics, but it was more cinematic than what you would normally see in a comic book that was coming out in 1987.
Yeah.
The way he was drawing and the things he was like thought balloons. I don't think there's any thought balloons in The Dark Knight Returns. So like all those
you know what? Yeah, now that you mention it.
Caption boxes, thought balloons, speed lines, he got rid of all that stuff in The Dark Knight.
Yeah.
But you don't think like
I never thought about that.
Now you don't, because that tends to be more common now. But back then, that was you didn't see that often. Like you never, like when you're reading The Dark Knight Returns, you don't, you know, turn a page and it says, "Meanwhile in Gotham City." Like he didn't do any of that, you know.
Wow.
And I kind of like it, but it sort of makes me sad at the same time. So.
See, I never thought about that. Oh, geez. It's I like that you brought that up, because I that never dawned on me that there was no thought balloons, there was no you know, captions or
unless it was dialogue.
Dang!
Somebody's talking.
Man, my mind is blown right now.
Yeah, can you imagine? Like I was, how old was I? I was 19. I was in college, and The Dark Knight Returns, like Dark Knight, like 86, 87. Yeah, Dark Knight Returns, Watchmen. Although I wasn't a huge fan of Watchmen. Like, you know, and DC just revitalizing their whole line of books. You know, like, you know, Byrne was over there doing stuff. Crisis just had come out. Byrne was on Superman. Like all this, like in the corporate-owned comic book business, you know, Marvel and DC, like they were cranking out some really great books. Todd McFarlane was on Spider-Man and the Hulk. Rob Liefeld was on New Mutants. Yeah, that was a really good time for like Marvel and DC stuff. But also in college, Yeah, I was starting to read more of the independent stuff, like Cerebus, for example. And I think you're going a little bit too much overboard with the use of blacks there, Mike.
Yeah, I know. Hold on. I was
just a little bit
because it was something I wanted to experiment with. I know, just a little bit. Yeah, because what I wanted to do, I wanted to see how actually that would look. So if I close the lines on that sword, and just, I kind of like that. I just would have to close the lines on that sword. Dang. Okay.
But your plan is to do a manga comic book.
Yes, exactly. So with that, I'm trying to study a lot of how they convey their message on a page, because obviously, it's not the same as your atypical North American comic book, obviously.
Sure.
So they do have a certain way of doing their own style of comics. There are certain rules so that they go by, and I know they have to listen to their own editors of what actually what actually makes a good manga, and I get that. So I'm trying to learn along the way, trying to do it my way, but also on top of that, I do want to bring a bit of that Japanese manga flair to it. So not going to be, I don't want to say it's not going to be as easy as I think it might be, but like I said before, where I'm older, there's I got the benefit of a certain type of disciplining myself in order to make it happen.
Well, it'll be interesting because how you go about this. Because it seems like the content is very much manga. Like you got two people fighting with katanas.
Yeah.
Very Japanese dress. I'm wondering about format. So
I'll definitely do it in North American format.
Oh, okay, all right, yeah. Well, you ruined what I wanted to tell you.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm sorry.
All right, no, go ahead. No,
go ahead.
Yeah, so like in '86 or so, like I've mentioned this before, but the only manga I ever really got into, and this is like the 1986 or so, was Xenon. It was a Japanese comic. But back in those days, and Viz was Viz, I think that was the name, the publishing company. What they did was they took the Japanese comics and they just flipped the artwork. So that way you can read everything from left to right. But nowadays with all these young kids, the manga they're reading, even when it's translated in English, they're still reading from right to left. Did I get that? Yeah. So that's why I was wondering what you were going to do.
Yeah.
But you already answered that.
Yeah. I don't foresee myself selling in Japan yet. So no, because I definitely want to keep it to an English speaking audience, obviously, because that's primarily where I'm going to eventually crowdfund, right? So no, I definitely want to keep it in a North American format. So that is for sure. So yeah. Meanwhile, in the Hall of Justice, Comic Relief Crusader is drawing away while talking with influential people like Mr. Al Nickerson and Kitty Flips. So,
and Tom's awfully quiet.
Tom is
just listening,
quiet.
just listening, taking it up,
okay.
taking it in.
You're absorbing it all in.
Being very interested.
Yeah. So like, and right now, right here, I'm just kind of playing around with the new kind of layout that.
But you don't want to do too much because Vince's butt is going to start really hurting. You're almost at that Zack Snyder mark.
Oh, am I?
Yes.
Wow. You know what? I haven't even looked at the clock.
Yeah, you're almost at 5 hours again.
Dang. Okay. Almost at the 5 hour mark. Well, that's okay. Maybe I can drag it on for like 8 minutes and turn it into 5 hours even. So
And meanwhile, that's why all you people on the Rumble and the X's subscribe and like and share and comment and spread the channel around. Because if you don't,
almost 30 people, 29 in the
you're
X,
a liberal.
29 over an X.
No, appreciate all you guys that are watching.
Come on over to YouTube. Yes.
Yeah, right. How many people on X?
29.
29. Wow. Okay, now Britta, it's almost 5 o'clock. So
okay.
it's
almost 8 o'clock here. So yeah.
Yeah, almost 8 o'clock for Tom. So because he's in the Atlantic provinces. I know, right? So yeah, all of you almost 30. Thank you. So I appreciate it. Spread it around. And yeah, we're literally only a couple away to hitting 1,300 on X. Literally a couple away. I'm like looking at it right now.
No, you said not on that. I know you're a little away on YouTube.
Oh, sorry, on YouTube. Yeah. Duh. Yeah, sorry. Brain fart. So I'd say I had a blonde moment, but all my blonde has turned to brown, and now it's turning into gray over the past couple of years. So yeah, I have no excuses. I know, right? Old age is old age is a harsh bitch goddess. So yeah. Anyway, I'm sorry to put it like that, but anyway, yeah, 1,298 is what we're at right now. We're almost at 1,300. We are so freaking unbelievably close. I'm on the cusp of tasting victory when I hit 1,300. So it'll be amazing. It'll be fantastic. So, and I'd say that out loud, but I don't want to. So, and where Vince is at, it's midnight there. Oh, Vince, yeah, because I forget you're also in the UK too. So this makes it especially hard for you as I'm trying to drag this out for another 4 minutes to make this 5 hours even. So I'm going to make you work your butt off to midnight. There we go. Because I love you. So anyway.
Well, you got to do the heading anyway. Remember, you always do that little. You got to.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
I do. Okay. Yeah, because for all you new people here, and you know what? And I want to thank all you new people here that came by. So that what was it? Hess guy, Hess triple double X guy, and there was a couple of new guys here. You know, like Little Dutch over on from Transformers from TFW 2005. So, dude, yeah, thanks for being by here. And you know what? And actually sticking around this long. This is amazing. And Chaya, I haven't seen you in such a long time, and thank you very much for coming on back and being here. And Tim, dude, yeah, actually Tim is also in merry old England on top of that. So we got quite the international career, you know, along with Bill and man, like so many people from the UK, which is amazing. I like that. So
we're like the X-Men.
Yeah, exactly. We're international. So
new X-Men.
This is yeah, new X-Men. This is our own giant size X-Men episode where we find out where everybody's from. So oh really, Little Dutch, freaking midnight here as well. So I shall be heading to bed. See you folks. Dude, yeah, get a hold of me. Like I said, hey, what does it take to get on your show? Links are down below how to get a hold of me. So get a hold of me.
Money help.
Exactly. Huge amount of funds should be going in, like a super chat or something like that, to kind of grease the wheels. So, oh my god, I shouldn't say it like that. It makes me sound like I'm begging for money, which I partially am at this point. Anyway, so yeah, so to everybody out there, thank you for joining in. Really appreciate it. If you want go ahead and check out the Rumble channel if you want to go there and support that channel, because YouTube gets a little odd at times, and the Rumble channel is basically, let's just say it's a backup just in case, because you never know, right? Those of you on X, if you want to give a support over to the YouTube channel, all the links are there of where you can find me, where you can find all these fine gentlemen and their channels and stuff like that. So give them a little bit of a support. So like Flip City Magazine, so Kitty Flips that was here. That's right. Thank you, Vince. So if you want to go ahead and check out all their magazines, what they got handy and available for you to subscribe to, then yeah, head over to Flip City Mag. And if you want a subscription, again, then you can go ahead and use the discount code CRC, which stands for Comic Relief Crusader, for 10% off a complete year for your reading pleasure. Over at Flip City Magazine. And well, you know what? While we're here, Al, what you got going on? What you got planned? Seeing how things are going positive in your way. That's you.
That is me. Yeah, I'm working on Volume 3 of the Sword of Eden Shinobi, the Sword of Eden graphic novel series. I'm working on Volume 3, the Sword of Eden Cry Vampire. I'm working, looks like I got a deal coming up to get the Sword of Eden graphic novel Volume 1 in Christian bookstores. So I'll be looking over that contract in the next couple of days. Also, I am on Facebook. As far as social media goes, I tend to be on Facebook more often. On Facebook, I am al.nickerson.3. Yeah, so if you like superhero comics that are Christian and have very strong Christian themes to them, stop by www.theswordofeden.com. I'm old. I still use www. So there you go.
Man, yes, because we're aged. Yes, we still say www.
I do. Like on my limited edition prints, when I put the URL down, it's www.swordofeden.com.
Nice. And let's see, and Tom.
Yay. Heiza.
Yay.
What am I doing? Oh, yeah,
That's
not
you.
much. Not much going on in the channel. Is kind of everything, like I said, now that the surgeries are done, it's time to get back on the horse. I'm waiting for my gimbal to come in. I want to start working on, I want to redo the beginning of my short film. I got to redo the beginning. I don't like the way it some people are confused, so I'm going to do a different scene, and then I'm going to work on my art project. But as for the channel, now that the vision's coming back, I might do some video game magic to it again. I might do some techno stuff. Technology stuff. I don't know. I'm working on it. For the new year, we're going to go back to it. And we're looking to rebirth Foggy Brains. If anybody doesn't know what that is, that's my original YouTube channel I had for 12 years doing comedy. I'm looking forward to getting hold of 2 actors. One of them is one of the funniest guys you'll ever meet. He's like the modern day Chris Farley. He could easily do it. So I'm waiting on that. Just waiting and seeing. So
nice.
Keeping busy.
There you go. And that's pretty much it.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
And how about you, good sir?
Yeah, as for me, let's see, just doing this channel, and obviously we got Titillating Tuesdays. So the show where we just go off some of the fun stuff that is in entertainment news, whether it happens to be movies or TV shows or comics or games or anything like that. So come join the fun in for that. So we got a bunch of people talking geeky stuff. Getting closer to figuring out what's going on Thursdays. So I got 2 people lined up. I'm looking for probably 2 other people to do the comic book reads, kind of like radio show kind of stuff, where we don't review a comic, we're going to perform. So, and we're going to be starting out with Fantastic Four #1. So Marvel's First Family. Yeah, it does, isn't it?
because that's what this channel is
I'd like
about.
to jump into one of those down the road. I'd do some improving and acting. Oh yeah,
I know. Cool. Oh yeah, I'll pick you as a villain. I'm gonna get a few villains together. You know,
I wonder why. Why would you do that?
Whatever's it's going to be. I want to ask. You know,
I love radio plays. I used to love radio plays. Like
it's
John
fun.
Lithgow played a radio play years ago. Just I love radio plays. That's
right.
They're so amazing.
Yeah. So there's that. Saturday we got Mike's movie matinee, where we just put on an old movie from the Wayback Machine from something maybe over 100 years ago. I mean, last week we did Wings, which is the first Academy Award winning movie in history. Quite a good film from 1927. Was actually really good, really good. And you know what, for its time, actually pretty suspenseful, and you know, a little bit of comedy thrown in there as well. So done by Paramount, believe it or not, way back when. Really good movie. So check out the movies on Saturday for Mike's movie matinee. And then on Sundays we're doing stuff like this, like Huge Circles. So we're drawing and we're getting a bunch of people together that we just talk about stuff. And you know what? And seeing how Jason was in the chat, maybe he can get a hold of Chuck Dixon, and we'll have him in on a Sunday and talk shop between Al and Chuck Dixon, seeing how Al has not talked to Chuck Dixon ever. So it'll be a treat.
It'll be fun.
It will. So, and also on top of that, you know, we got the like Sunday Bible study with Chuck Missler. So we're going through the book of Daniel. So it's very interesting. A little bit of history, and like I said before, it's not the atypical boring those and these. It's actually funly educational, and even though that's not really, I just made it up and to be using it.
It's now a word.
Funly
You just invented
educational.
it. There you go.
Exactly. Yeah. And don't worry, Vince. Yeah, I am saving. I am saving right now. There we go. I'm pushing the buttons and I'm making the save. So so to everybody out there, thank you for Jen and relieving Vince's butt of not having to sit through this. Enjoy the rest of the day, such as it is, as it's, and we will see you guys next time on this channel. So to everybody out there,